Hey guys, start taking a seat, please.
Mine is
right next to the. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say
Okay, I'm so sorry.
I can go over you.
look familiar, they recycle. I mean.
Is everybody dry?
Ish.
So welcome. Glad all of you made it here safely and soundly. And for what it's worth, this is the first prep for the 2016-2017 class of TLA. Most of you in this room have been through an interview with Jeff. You've been formally accepted at SC3, and for that, congratulations on being here. A few of you, didn't quite make the cut. However, you made that much of an impression throughout your performance in the summer, however long or however short your summer was. And you made an impression on Mr. Gamboa in the sense that assuming you reach the appropriate sales marks come September 24th, you would then be officially accepted into TLA. So regardless of where you're at right now, it's an exciting place to be. And all of you know Jeff as the energetic, professional, well-dressed, fun CPO, knife-selling division manager and fearless leader of our division. But what I'm really excited for is for you to start getting to knowing a different version of Jeff. Not really different, but more so you get to know more about him. You get to know more about the business. And there's really no better person to lead this class than Mr. Gamboa. Now that you know his stats in terms of representative, I'm not really going to go too much into that. I want to brag about him, about his management experience. So check this out. As a branch manager, you were 19 as a branch?
20-ish.
20-ish. He ended up having one of the highest, basically every representative that worked with him basically sold the most per person for that summer, just because of the training that he had. He was ranked nationally as well. He got chosen to become a district manager in his first year as a district manager. So what I do, he was ranked #1 in the nation. So in the span of 8 months, he outsold everybody else. His office did the best. And it's really just because he's very good at teaching people how to sell Cutco. He's very good himself, which really helps as well. And he was that impressive that they chose him to become a division manager. He was the youngest promotion division manager at the time, and he took one of the worst divisions to becoming one of the best. This was up north in what we call the DC metro area. So it's like Baltimore, Maryland, that area. And then he took his talents to South Beach, if you will, and he got chosen to run Florida. And back then, the TLA that you know and love, it was actually the entire state of Florida. So that's when I started. And Matt King, anyone remember Matt King from SC2? He was my original division manager. So what happened was that instead of coming to Fort Lauderdale, we had to drive all the way to Tampa and get time with Matt. And it was a mission, to say the least. And what happened was we were only getting quality time, and it was too spread out. So they decided to really focus on this portion of the United States, and they brought Mr. Gamboa to then take a new division. And again, we were bottom, nationally speaking, I would say bottom 35, bottom 40, if you will. And now we're nationally ranked. I just saw the reports, and we're in the Silver Cup, and we're top, 15, top 10 respectively in our categories. And it's really just because of the leadership Mr. Gamboa has taken into this office. And the top #1 and #2 branch offices come from this division. So not to say you're getting trained by the best, but you basically are getting trained by the best. And so it's been proven that if you follow the programs that Mr. Gamboa has taught, if you follow the programs that we do here in the FC, you will have success regardless of what your leadership role is next summer. You are going to get the best training. So what I recommend for this portion of TLA is you obviously want to take a lot of notes. You want to be 100% engaged, and I know Jeff's probably going to talk about that, but be the best versions of yourself. That's been a running theme throughout the summer. And I know that this is kind of like his baby. This is what he loves to do. This is the portion of the business that he gets the most energy from. So if you can bring the most energy, if you can be the best versions of yourself, you're going to get that much better division manager, and you're going to get a killer first prep. So without further ado, if I can bring up your fearless leader.
Let's get it going. So does anyone know the significance of why this is week 1? This is week 1 of what? Not you. Football. Raise your hand if you understand that and the significance of week 1. 4 of you. Awesome. Okay, we have the non-football team. So I'm a big college football fan. Not as high as a NFL Baltimore Ravens fan, but you should definitely know this stuff about me. And week 1 of college football is the kickoff, if you're a football fan, to one of the greatest times of the year, and that's when college football starts. And what they did this year, very magically and very strategically, is they put some really important matchups. And they put, normally in Cutco training, we teach, when you show your first customers, you show the harder ones or the easy ones first?
Easy.
Which ones?
Hard ones.
Do you show the harder ones or the easy sales first?
Easy sales.
Yeah, why? What does that build?
Confidence.
Confidence. What else? Momentum. What else? Next level. Help me out. What else?
Rex.
More Rex, more CPO, more money. Yeah, you got it. All right. Here, slow start. Here we go. Maybe the rain flooded the engines a little bit. So what they did, they said, nah. Because as a sports team, you want to play the teams that you're going to win. Like Michigan won 60-0 or something, 60-4, and Alabama won like 1 million to 0. It was stupid, and that's how you kind of normally put the playoff, the games in the first game for confidence. But college football and all these universities, probably for money purposes too, I would say, they said let's put some big matchups right away, and they put ranked team versus ranked team. In fact, tonight Tallahassee, Ole Miss. Last night, Notre Dame, Texas, Houston, Oklahoma. Huge games. Games that are already in the first week very exciting and controversial and big time. And I feel like that's what we're doing with our first prep. We're really mixing it up. We're really getting the best of the best people here. We're not starting with the easy prep. We're starting with the prep that gets you going, and we're excited to kick off. But in true fashion, I want to welcome you to Leadership Academy #1. I can't believe we're saying that. I have deja vu because 5 months ago, we were at this venue, this room, with, I think, what was it, Gavin, 16 of us. It was the whole FC management leadership team, branches and districts. And we said, we are about to start the summer of 2016. And we're going to create CPO, we're going to create business, and we're going to create the most dynamic Leadership Academy group we've had yet. And holy smokes, I can't believe we're starting. I just got off vacation. I'm going to talk about it in a second. So I just want to start off. This was 1 year ago. This is a baby. It's a baby that my brother created with his wife. I won't get into that, though you should know that already. Hello? Is this thing on? Hello. Okay. So this is 1 year ago when Cecilia Grace Gimbo was born, and the power of 1 year, she is now a real operating human being that gives you the hell you looking at look. Right? So this was part of my vacation. I could do a whole slideshow on all the things that have happened the last 2.5 weeks. I'm just picking a couple of highlights. This was awesome. This was district manager and branch manager beach day. This was awesome. And there's so many pictures I just can't show you. But if you're there, you know. And we do this every campaign. I always have a district manager day. And one of the epic things we will make a tradition is at the district and branch manager level, we have a beach just blowout at the end of the summer. And we had fun. We had cars that were put into clamps that you couldn't get out of, and people falling asleep, and we did things to you while you were sleeping, David. It was just awesome. Awesome. I went to the zoo for the first time in a long time with my niece. This is my niece, right? So she was talking to the monkey. It was really interesting. I'm a big Baltimore fan, so part of my vacation is I don't have all the pictures from it. I went to Ocean City, Maryland, which is a place that I grew up going to back when I lived in Baltimore. I got a chance to see my beloved, my second team, which is the Baltimore Orioles, who are now in the playoff race. I got a chance to go see them. Those were our seats, 15 rows back. Awesome seats. Those seats shouldn't have existed for the price that I got, but I am a salesman, ladies and gentlemen. So we found that out. Got a chance to link up with Denmore McDermott, who is a personal mentee of mine. I've known him since he was 18, graduated from St. Paul's High School, former Cutco rep, assistant, 10K fast starter, no longer with Cutco, but I got a chance to meet with him and his soon-to-be fiance, Laura. There's Heidi now in the Orioles gear. There's just no option for her other than that, and we're there. So I'm fresh off vacation. I'm so excited, and you want me after vacation. Because when I'm off the grid for 10 days, I come back super grateful. I come back super excited. I come back wanting to deliver better than ever. I come back ideally the better version of me, and that's what you're going to get today. So I'm excited to see you. And I remember when you leave for vacation, it's really interesting because if you've done this the right way, working right before you go on vacation is actually the hardest work ever. If you understand what I mean from an entrepreneurial sense. And I think Luke has set up vacations as an office manager. Corinne has set up vacations. And so much work goes into setting up your vacation so that when you go away, things don't go to, you know what, don't go to poop. And so when I left, I was like, man, I'm just, all right, I'm going to turn it off. I put my phone away in a box like I did last year for about 6.5 days straight. There was no phone in sight. I used Heidi's phone only. It was perfect. But I have to tell you, around day 8 or 9 of day 10, I was really itching to get back. And then Heidi caught me. Like you know when the fat kid gets caught eating ice cream?
Yes.
And you're like,
I do.
right? Okay. And I had my phone, and I told her tomorrow tomorrow I'll pick up my phone. I looked back. She goes, I thought you weren't. And she wasn't mad. She said, well, I thought no phone. I said, I'm excited. Right? It's kind of like with the ice cream all around. I'm excited. And I'm so excited to be here sharing this with all of you. As always, though, I need not just 90, 95, 99%. What kind of engagement, everybody? 100%. That means interaction. That means what you're saying, how you're saying it, how loud, getting involved, interaction. Sitting and learning by osmosis is not how TLA works. You're not going to learn just by being here. Right? So I showed up. I'm smarter. It doesn't work that way. So I need your 100% engagement. You could write this slide, right? You guys know this slide? You guys could literally write this slide. But I think it's important because instead of just writing it and knowing what the slide's going to say, what's more important than that? Understanding and internalizing and doing. That's really important. So seeking the best practices. That's what this meeting is about. What are the best practices with money? What are the best practices with self-management? What are the best practices with energy and fitness? What are the best practices? Who's got a chance to really look at the agenda today? What are some of the exciting topics that you probably wouldn't cover normally in life? We're going to talk about budgeting today. It's a foreign concept for many of you. Budgeting? What's that? Do tell, Jeff. Do tell. I'm not sure why that's the voice of TLA number 1, but we're gonna need that. We're gonna talk about the best practices with money today. We're gonna talk about managing your time and so many important things. Hunger for growth. I think that's a really important one. Hunger for growth, making sure you engage. I love seeing all the notebooks and pens and planners, ideally, for many of you, most of you. And then having personal clarity so you can make some great decisions. This is a lesson I learned from my family a long time ago. This is a really cool picture that's near and dear to my heart. So if you know the story, my father was a physician, a very, very successful physician. His day 2 private practices. And then his second son, well, his first son became a doctor of knives, right, and college students. But not the doctor. Next one was a doctor. It's my sister, at the time fiance, now husband. There's mom, there's dad, and Samantha is also a doctor. And then Heidi, who wasn't there, is my soon-to-be significant other and is also a doctor. So a lot of doctors going on. And one of the traditions we have in an effort to really push health is my dad would have these contests, these blood pressure contests. Because both his parents passed of high blood pressure, ironically enough. And ironically enough, his was the complete opposite. His blood pressure was too low, believe it. And he was so freaked out that he ate kind of not enough salt. Can you imagine that? Someone said, you need to eat more salt. Fine, all right. So we would have these contests during the holidays, and whoever had the lowest blood pressure won. There was no payoff. It was just a bragging rights for like Thanksgiving. And I remember doing this. This was Billy's first time, and this actually caught him making a comment going, are we really going to do this? And my dad goes, oh, you're next, Billy. And Billy rolls up his sleeve, and he says, well, Dr. Gambo, it's not going to be good because this past weekend I had Chinese food, a lot of sodium. My dad, if you ever got a chance to meet my dad, he took his stethoscope down, and he just looked at with this like, you silly boy look. You know what the you silly boy look is? Like, you silly little boy, right? And he said, really, it's not what you ate last night. It's not what you ate this past weekend. It's what you've been eating the last 5 months that's going to show up on this. So what happens now really affects later. And it's not what happens right before the summer of 2017. It's all the things you're going to now. It's you making the sacrifice now. I know what it takes to get to a prep from a different college, from far away, in a monsoon. Right? And for as much as I want to pity all of you for going through rain and no electricity, I just say Puerto Rico and laugh at you. Oh, but the internet went out. I just say Puerto Rico. Oh, but there's rain, there's flooding. And I see the Puerto Ricans right now. They're like, what's the big deal? Anyway, what we're doing now isn't just affecting later. And I can just tell you, the habits you learn today, they're going to be a bunch of little light bulbs that start this crazy thing called culture. And the culture you're going to learn to be part of. And the little habits that you're going to create. And the no's you're going to start to have in your life. And the $100 rules you'll learn about. And the I would normally buy this and not buy that. And now you're going to sell more. And there's really cool contests we're going to put together. Now it really affects later. You might know the story of éxito, right? Those of you that speak Spanish. Meaning what? Success. So my first time in Puerto Rico, I was wishing everyone luck. Hey, good luck. And even in Spanish, how do you say technically good luck? Suerte. Right. And I was saying it to everyone. And one of the managers cut me off and said, no, Jefe, don't say that here. That's wrong. I'm like, he goes, you say éxito. And he said, you don't say good luck because you don't think they need it. You say éxito because it means you got it. I'm confident in you. You'll be successful. And I say that to all of you as we kick off 2017 TLA, believe it or not. Gavin, it's crazy 1 year later. Right? My 14th time doing this. This is my 14th time doing TLA. This is not my first rodeo. In fact, I think I wrote part of the rodeo. Right? I am the rodeo. So I wish all of you success. And here's a great quote that I think applies to how TLA works. Change is really hard in the beginning. There's going to be a lot of things that you'll learn. It's really hard in the beginning. It's absolutely messy in the middle. And I'm not sure if the last part's going to show up, but it's glorious in the end. Change is hard in the beginning. You're going to go through things today and this week, and if you've been in next level, you understand. There will be things that are uncomfortable for you, and we want that. You should want that. A glorious at the end. Good friend of mine. Really, this is how you get this is how you get the best out of TLA. Be flexible, but be 100% engaged. If you can do that, my friends, we're off to a really good start. And in fact, speaking of start, we're going to start off with a quick what's hot and what do you appreciate around the horn. And we'll start with Luke, lightning fast, and you get at most 7 seconds. If you're over 7 seconds, I go like this, and you're cut off. Okay. If you're virtual, post on the WhatsApp, and Karina will help share on the WhatsApp. Luke, you're up. What's hot? What do you appreciate? Or what do you appreciate? Just what do you appreciate?
I appreciate the opportunity to be down here from Gainesville, and it's always great to just come back and get a nice little vector refresher from Prep Center.
Vector refresh, that's a good one.
I appreciate being next level and having the opportunity to influence other people.
There you go. Young man,
I appreciate
looking good in
being
this tie,
here.
by the way. Nice tie.
I appreciate being here. I'm really excited to learn.
Okay. Ms. Fernandez.
I appreciate being able to join TLA.
Yes. You didn't join it. You earned it.
You earned it.
I'm just going to throw it in as much as I can.
I've been itching to get started, so ready to do so.
Excited to get started. Good. Ding, gang.
I appreciate the influence of next level groups.
Yes, the next level group. We had a great session. Side note, we had a great session.
Appreciate everything I'm going to be learning through TLA.
Yes, and the person you become more so, young man.
I appreciate the opportunities that I've come across in the last couple of weeks. They're
Okay.
pretty great.
Good. Karina, you can read them off. I'll get through and you can read off. Anyone that posts on WhatsApp, anything you appreciate.
I appreciate being here, just being surrounded by all these successful people.
What's hot is that I get to get into like dose of this before I go to school.
I would appreciate that too.
What's hot? Everyone's here on time. I appreciate that as well.
Not everyone's here on time, but that's okay, and they know.
I tried.
You're here.
What I appreciate is my circle of influence. Some of you who are in this room and just being surrounded by good people.
Yeah, we have great people here. It's Cluna.
I appreciate being accepted so soon, and it's like a new thing.
I thought you were going to say into a new office. So sweet. So soon. Yes, and so sweet. Jocelyn.
Appreciate the opportunity just to be able to
Yeah.
with new people as well.
Feels good to be with good people. And it also feels good to be a gangster if you're from Metro Miami. Diego.
Appreciate a vacation I had last week in Brazil, and also being here in November.
Yeah, that's poor timing. Olympics, what timing? Outstanding.
I appreciate being here with Luke to go down last night, but I also appreciate being part of the circle of influence because like a lot of my friends don't have this circle of influence, and I think everyone here will benefit from it someday.
If I may add something, most friends don't have something like this. I think that's what makes this really special. Kayla Craw.
I just appreciate being local for this craft and being able to actually networking, like you're saying, with people.
Yeah, before it used to be all virtual through the computer, which there's nothing wrong with, but Karina, what do you appreciate?
I appreciate my 8th round.
You're such a vet.
Do you want me to read what they wrote?
Yeah, let's read some of the virtual.
John says, there's so much talent in this class of 2017, and he appreciates the contagious hunger for growth. Grant appreciates technology, allowing him to.
Grant appreciates technology. Grant, we can't see you, by the way. I'm not sure if the video's not working, but I'm sure you can hear us.
Rumi says he appreciates the life lessons he will learn. Oscar appreciates active advertising. They have 94 touches.
Nice.
And his circle of influence. Andrew Evans appreciates being back for round 4. And Sony Mar appreciates going through branch. Ricky appreciates that senior year's off to a great start. I guess that's the time.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. I'm looking at the broadcast. I can't speak how I feel right now as the old guy in the room. I'm the 38-year-old. That's like so old. Response is?
No, you're not.
No, you're not that old. Good answer. But I'm looking at the screen right now. I see Johns Hopkins, Baltimore, Maryland. I see Boston in a random cafe. Heisman. Heisman, are you at the sports bar? You're at the bar, aren't you? Heisman, I see behind you. They're taking shots. I see it. Oh, no, that's a roomie. Never mind. That's a roomie. I see Iowa, NYU, San Juan, Puerto Rico. I know we're streaming in directly from Indiana with Grant. And who else? I mean, who knows where else? Maybe random people learning on TLA. But it's technology makes it really exciting. So no matter how fancy the slides get, no matter how much we talk about, the most important thing you signed up for and why you wanted to earn a spot here, why Karina as a district manager facilitates this, why Luke as a senior next level leader is helping to facilitate this, while Gavin is here 1 year later as a district manager, is we're here to create your most powerful professional, personal growth experience, okay? And that's the main thing. The moment, and this is not even part of my message to you, but the moment you feel like you're not getting a really powerful or the most powerful professional personal growth experience, that's the moment you need to speak up loudest to someone above you and say, look, I'm not getting whatever it might be, and we either have to help you get it or we have to change what we're doing. And that's what we're committed to. We're excited to share that with you today. And of course, as I was flying all over the country, it feels like, not really the country, flying back and forth, and last night I'm on a flight, and they say, oh, of course, what do you do? Have you heard of Cutco? Oh, I love Cutco. Yeah, I work with the college students. And so you're working on Labor Day. So, well, kind of. I'm running a meeting, and I explained to Paula from Dallas, Texas, the flight attendant, what I do. And she says, oh, I know, young man. Do you guys run your own little Cutco franchise thingies? Yes, we do run Cutco franchise thingies. They're called branch managers. She goes, yeah, I know a young man. He did that in college, and now he runs his own blank, blank, blank firm. You guys do really good work. And I can give you story upon story of how we validate that. And that's what we're trying to create for you today. You've heard this many, many times, and you've seen these, the 4 anchors. And you may know the story. Who's heard the story of how the anchors came about and the story of the anchors? No? Okay. So Southwest Airlines. Anyone familiar with Southwest Airlines? Raise your hand. Okay. Anyone know what they're known for?
The seat thing?
The seat thing is correct.
Customer service.
Customer service, fun flights, and cheap flights, okay? So Gary Kelly is the now CEO of Southwest Airlines. And during a time when airlines were really failing, he said, we're going to create Southwest Airlines, and we're going to have anchors that we're going to abide by. And this is who we are, and this is how we're going to operate. It's not going to be that we're better than everyone else, but this is the Southwest way. Okay? He said, we're going to have 3 things. We're going to be known for on-time flights, we're known for cheapest rates, and friendly, fun, outgoing customer service. What was the first one? On-time flights.
On-time flights.
Okay. So one of the contracts they were getting is out in Seattle, Washington. A lot of rain. One of the richest contracts at the time. Southwest said, no, we won't take that contract. They said, you're crazy. I guess Seattle, Washington airport wants to have a Southwest hub. You're going to get the biggest contract to turn it down? Because I'd love to, however, one of our anchors is on-time flights. And if we're out there, we'll have a lot of rain. If there's a lot of rain, we're going to be delayed. If we're delayed, we're not abiding by one of our anchors. You must be crazy. We might be, but we'll miss your business. Right. Second,
Cheapest rates.
cheapest flights. If you know how Southwest works, you don't have assigned seating. You have to line up by A, B, and C. And the way they used to have it is you have to line up really early. And someone complained all the way up, right? They complained all the way up to the president. Anyone know someone like that? Complained all the way up to the boss. They say, Mr. Kelly, I don't like standing in these seats in the terminals because I know it's unassigned seating, but I want seats at the terminals. Well, ma'am, we don't do that because we have unassigned seating. Well, I want assigned seating. I think it's uncomfortable and we have to stand there early. Well, you know what? I apologize. Well, the customer's always right. What are you going to do? I'm not sure, ma'am, but it looks like you're going to need a new airlines. We're going to miss your money. We're going to miss your business. How dare, ma'am, we're the cheapest and we have to do things to abide by that anchor. Third one is friendly, what? Customer service. So who's been on a Southwest flight and knows what I'm talking about? Like they sing songs over the intercom, right? And they'll say, in the event, like normal airlines, in the event of emergency, please carefully go to the exit signs and exit. Southwest version. In the event of emergency, after you stop screaming, we'll meet you outside. We'll have the alcohol. Like funny, like upbeat. And of course, some people don't take a liking to that. So one lady went all the way up to the top. Mr. Kelly, it is unprofessional when they speak on the planes. I need you to change something. What are you going to do about it? Well, we're going to miss your business. Why? Because one of our anchors is fun customer service. So what they're really saying is, look, we're not claiming to be the best and it's the only way, but it's our way. And I believe right now, one of the top 5 most profitable and I guess highest esteemed airlines right now is Southwest. Top 2 domestically in the U.S., depending on who you look at. So these are ours, true professionals. Anchor number 1 is we do things the FCA way, the most professional way. Doesn't mean we're better than everyone else, it just means we carry ourselves in a certain way. Explosive team building. If there isn't a PR contest, it's not the FCA way. If there's not a way to build more people onto the team, it's not the FCA way. For crying out loud, we're going on a catamaran in Puerto Rico, and we're going to the Bahamas for a day. You want to come with me? All right? We're going to the Bahamas for the day, balling in the Bahamas, because we want to build the team. Raise your hand if you're a personal recruit. Or raise your hand if you are a personal recruit or have personal recruit anyone to the team. It's about 85% of our TLA class. Imagine not having personal recruiting. Who would not be here if someone didn't recommend you? Who here, the person recommended you, is here? Yeah, who recommended you?
Grant.
Wow. I think Grant recommended all of Boca Raton, Florida, actually. That's why he's going to Puerto Vallarta, right? So welcome officially to TLA number 1. And I have a couple thoughts I want to share before we kick off our meeting. And the first thing, next level, is what? We are doing now what others won't, so later we can
Do what
others can't. I know it's Labor Day Monday where other people are. I know it's a holiday. I know there are other things all of you could be doing right now. And we're here in the Cutco pilot office on Monday all day long. I know, I get it. But we're doing now what other people won't, because I'm telling you right now, when you look at your resume years from now, when you look at your bank account in some cases, when you look at maybe future career position, Diego, we're talking about, and Clace as well, when you're talking about where you can be 1, 2, 3 years from now, you're not going to remember having to go through that monsoon rainstorm in Fort Lauderdale on the 5th of September, 2016. You're not going to have to worry about all that. And I can just tell you, there are a lot of sacrifices. We're going to have football games we're going to miss. We're going to have personal events we're going to miss. It's worth it, my friends. It's worth it. Best version of yourself. We're here because we want you to create the best version of yourself. Anyway, any examples this summer of things you've done, things you've learned, things you now do that are the best version of yourself that you had no thought of and never thought you'd be doing? Curious?
I actually have a planner
You have
that
a planner?
I use.
Some adults don't have planners. Yes, sir?
I save money now.
You save money now. Look at this
Yeah.
big smile there.
I never thought I'd be able to run my business as quickly as I am.
Yeah. You're running an operating business in a 3-month opening, 4-month opening. Alex.
I've actually done all my homework. Let's do like 2 or 3 weeks from now. That's not a thing that used to happen. Not here.
Avi.
I can talk to adults.
You can. Everyone here can speak to adults. Or if you can't, you're learning to. 4 years ahead of time.
Time management.
Right. I mean, it's different. NLG, anything you've done this year, 2nd year, 3rd year, 4th year that you never thought you'd have done and along these lines? Soleil, and we'll go back.
I get up early on purpose because I want to.
You don't have to, but would anyone like to share? Not mandatory. 1 year from now, things were outstanding for everyone. Like,
Just peak fitness for I'm really getting into working out again. So like even now I'm like really just excited to start working, like just to work out.
awesome. So just be in peak physical state. Good. Anyone else want to share? Not mandatory. 1 year from now, Alex.
Flawless 4.0.
Flawless point 4.0.
Close.
Perfect. Clace.
I think it'd be really cool to do the Ninja Warrior course. Like actually be able to complete it.
Sweet.
That's awesome.
You better rest your ankle.
Yeah. That's how I got hurt.
Are you a ninja warrior or attempting to be?
I already started training.
I don't want warrior.
That's awesome. 1 year from now.
Finishing up my last semester at FGCU.
I did this exercise. I like that. I did this exercise, and from a business standpoint, the biggest pilot summer of my career. Biggest CPO, biggest development. I wrote down 30 TLA candidates from one summer. That'd be exciting. Like as many people as in this room, just shy of double, just from my office, our office, the pilot. That's exciting. Make a statement. How do you make a statement? It's through the matrix, and you'll get a chance to go through your handouts in just a bit. But there's the matrix score. There are different ways to earn it. Number one is startup. So don't forget making sure that you are on pace. And remember, the pace is if you hit the number exactly, that means you're still in consideration for branch. If you really want to be a player or be in high consideration, what should you be? Two levels up. 2 levels up puts you in a place where, okay, you're a real serious candidate, but none of that is significant until you have a letter of intent in. Meaning no one's going to be taken seriously for a branch position. You're just going through TLA until you have a letter. Okay? Don't forget push weeks because CPO talks. By selling is where you move the matrix the most. So the first upcoming push, September 20th to October 3rd is the SLC, which stands for Strategic Leadership Conference. That's the manager and the Cutco manager SC2, if you will, where we all get together for our instruction, and we have a big competition as well. And there's going to be a contest coming for Puerto Rico and for mainland. It has nothing to do with any of the contests you've heard. It has nothing to do with Puerto Vallarta. It has nothing to do with Bahamas. It's strictly on sales for the SLC push. And I can't wait to announce it. Around the corner is the Olean push. That's October 27th through November 4th. That's the big SC2 of the fall. And that's where we have redemption because there are 6 divisions. Top 3 took trophies. We were number 4. And I'm just telling you right now, for us to take a trophy, number 1 or number 2 specifically at Olean would be a monumental upset and also send waves across the organization where we wouldn't have to say anything. We would just show up and our CPO would talk for itself. I'm looking forward to it. And don't forget that also, and Luke's going to talk about this, it's our Cutco event, our Star Cutco event. Okay. So a couple thoughts. Okay. Remember, number 1. Okay. And I'm going to share this, make sure you guys can see this properly. Point A is where we are now. Point B. Let's say from semester finishing a final in a class. This is how your fitness is now working out to get to where you want to be. This is your time management where you want it to be. Here, here. This is where you want it to be. This is where it is now, where it needs improvement. You guys see that so far? Okay. This is a very important part of the process. We call it crazy time. I didn't create this. Actually, Matthew Kelly, one of my favorite people in the world. Okay. Crazy time. If you want part B, you always have to have what?
Crazy time.
Yeah. There's no such thing as I'm going to get to B without crazy time. Because for people who think that, you ever see someone where it's just so easy and they always get good grades? I'm telling you, around the corner is another big crazy time. Because then you get to point C, and there's another crazy time. So a couple of things with this really awful drawing. Number 1, there's always what between point A and point B? Yeah, and then ready, you should always look for point C once you get to point B. So point A to point B might be from now until the next prep. All of you are going to have some version of crazy time, whether it's school, something that's going to make you feel overwhelmed. Doesn't matter. Okay? I'm telling you now ahead of time, we already know you're going to feel overwhelmed. So rather than, can I do this? The answer should be, how do I get through this? Does everyone understand that? Let me hear yes.
Yes.
That's really important. Because in FC, there's no question you get to B. There's no question. The question is, how hard was your crazy time? That's the question here. Also, if you pull up the file under the opening comments, you have a chart that looks something like this. It's called situational leadership, and I'll just give you the short version of this. We're going to go into this a lot more on the second prep. And Karina, maybe you could take a note for the second prep to go full-blown situational leadership. I want to put that for the next prep. So the squares represent the person being supported, or in technical terms, this is actually a business model. You guys understand the term subordinate versus superior? Which one's higher, subordinate or superior?
Superior.
Superior, subordinate. Ready? Manager, rep. CEO, employee. Okay. Parents, kids. So the boxes represent the subordinate. Okay. This represents this flow right here represents how the leader should be coaching. And sometimes we wonder why there's conflict, and it's really easy if you understand how this works. D1, D2, D3, D4. D stands for development. The person developing goes in this order. You go every time you do something new. You always go through 4 phases. D1, D2, D3, D4. D1, you have what's called low competence, but high commitment. Who knows what's competence? Who can explain or define competence? Understanding, right? I'm competent in whatever it might be. May I use you, Alex, as an example?
Sure.
Pre-med, right?
Yeah.
Okay, easy for me to relate to. So pre-med, and Heidi and I were actually just speaking about this. Let's say you go into a new study, you're learning about surgery. Okay. Competence is low, meaning she really doesn't know much about surgery unless she's had experience. But what's her commitment? What's her excitement? What's Alex's excitement level? Let me give you an example. Right now, all of you have very low competence. You're D1 for TLA. Why? Because what do you know?
Nothing.
Nothing. How excited are you?
Super.
Yeah. And your parents ask you why you're excited, and you say, I don't know. Imagine if you've done that. You excited? Yeah, why? I don't know. I'm just excited to be in it. You can kind of explain it. Then, at some point, by the way, at some point, you're going to get a little bit or a little bit more than a little bit competent. You're going to start to understand a little bit more. And by science, by nature, by design, this model tells you that your commitment's going to drop. In fact, the people who are not here because they are overwhelmed already went through D2 phase, but they didn't get coaching. Okay? So what I am telling you, at some point between now and October 15th, it's usually around the realm. Some of you, it happened last week, and you're still here. Your competence, your understanding of what it takes to be in TLA will go up. Your commitment will drop. You will have more, I wonder if I should do this. Maybe you should just focus. That's my favorite. Maybe you should just focus on school. Can I tell you, in the real world, they don't want you just to focus on one thing. You need to be able to do everything. You need to be able to manage many things, including your family, your fitness, your life. See, only in college you can say, yeah, I'm just going to focus on school, let my life go to hell. Because people do that. It's called freshman 15.
Oh.
Right? But when you get older and your doctor sees you and your doctor says, I know you have 3 kids, I know you have a career, I know you have a wife, I know you travel for work, but you need to get better. You need to lose weight. You need to put your blood pressure. There's no choice. Back to the point. So as competence happens, your commitment will drop. Okay. So think about this from a management standpoint. Right now, since you're new and you're D1, leaders need to direct. That's why, for example, it says here, high directive and low support. High directive means just telling you what to do. This is what you do. This is what you do. Here's when the prep is. Here's the handouts. Here's when you show up. Here's what you have to do. Supportive is kind of like having sympathy and empathy. There's very low support. Okay? That's called directing. Someone who's in this phase needs directing. Here, be at this prep at this time. I know you're overwhelmed, but you said you'd be here. You're supposed to be here. I know, I understand. That's great. No, I'm sorry you feel that way, but you need to be here. Anyone feel that from their manager recently a little bit? Right? Low support, high direction, because that's what you need. But once you hit D2, your commitment drops, the management style changes. Still needs high direction, but now they also need high support. So instead of just telling them what to do with kind of no sympathy, it's got to, hey, Alex, this is what you're going to do. And by the way, I feel for you, right? I can relate. I understand you. It's really stressful right now. How are you feeling? I'm sorry you feel that way. Can we just talk about it? Like, that's coaching. But eventually, when you get past D2, this is the best part is when you get to D3. When you start to get moderate to high competence, when you start to get really good at this and really understand it, then your commitment is variable. The proper leader won't keep coaching this person. They'll start to support this person, which means they're actually going to speak and direct them less and really have high supportive behavior. This is kind of how I was with Luke and Andrew this summer. I wasn't really telling them what to do. It was more so, well, what do you think? There was a lot of what do you think, and let's bounce some ideas. It was more so just a lot of support. And then ideally, you get to D4. So for example, I would say I am a D4 Cutco sales rep because I have really high competence and I have really high commitment. So you wouldn't tell me what to do. You wouldn't coach me. You wouldn't support me. You would just delegate to me. Low direction, low support. It's kind of like do your thing. You see the difference? If you're a first-year branch manager, you're going to go through this, then this, then this, and this. Any examples from next level group of either going through this as the subordinate or as the coach? I'm just curious.
Just training reps, when it's their first weekend, you're doing a lot of directing, coaching, and then as they get
yeah. This is when you call them for PDI.
Exactly.
You're supposed to be at this meeting. I understand. I know your grandma's sick, but you didn't talk to me ahead of time.
True.
A lot of grandmas get sick, ironically enough.
Especially more trouble.
And then what happens? Then they get better.
Grandma.
Grandma gets better, yes. That's funny. The rep gets better, and then you start to coach them. You have high direction, but now you're a little bit more supportive. Okay? I'm just gonna say, and the document is there. If you take a look, the next page of the document, it has all the things that when you go through D2 that you're gonna need. So when you have your D2 moment, I want you to say to your manager, "Yep, I'm in D2. I'm thinking about quitting. I'm overwhelmed." And ready? You're not quitting. No one's quitting. No one quits here. It's not the FC way. You just need what? Coaching. And if your manager's smart, they're not going to direct you anymore. They're going to start doing the things on that list on the handout. We're going to go more in detail at the next prep. Questions on this? This is a really important model because it helps you manage your emotions. It helps you to manage not just other people, but who do you really have to learn to manage?
Yourself.
Yeah, that's the most important person to manage right now. Okay. How many of you feel like you've already started going through D2? It's pretty normal. We always have 10% of you that go through it well before this prep. Some of you, it's like, oh, I'm never going through D2. Tomorrow, watch. Yeah. Something happens. I'm just telling you. Oh yeah, I'm totally in. I'm smooth sailing. What do you mean, Mike? All my classes got dropped. Oh, what do you mean I'm not registered for anything? True stories. What do you mean I'm not registered as a student right now? I can't do TLA. I can't do anything. React. In comes your district manager. In comes Jeff Gamboa. In comes whoever is supporting you to give you the proper coaching. Really important. Questions, comments? Light bulbs from this. This is important. We're going to talk about this all through fall.
I didn't know that everyone went through that kind of I thought it was me.
Yeah. I'm the only one with problems.
I am that self-absorbed. Like, that's me.
Yeah. Switch up. David's whispering right now. Hi, David. Whispering to you. Other takeaways from this?
That was me my first year. From SLDM during the summer, I heard about branch. I was like, let's do it, Jeff. I even told you, I was like, I'm going to branch next year.
I remember.
And throughout the.
And then the first not so comfortable, hard thing that happens, like, oh, I don't know if I can do this. I'm overwhelmed. Like being a little bit more supportive. Okay, so you guys see, I just want you to know from a scientific and an organizational behavior standpoint, you're going to go through, this is another version of this. Crazy time. Okay? Blake beat me to this one before we go to break. The decision train. Who remembers this from SC3? I'm going to explain this. Chelsea, can you explain this one? Do you remember?
That you shouldn't base your decisions off your feelings.
Yeah, you shouldn't be leading with feeling. Because if you're leading with feeling, when things are good, you do the right things, and you're committed.
Mm-hmm.
But when things aren't good, you don't feel good, you do the wrong thing, and then you're like, oh, I don't know if I should be here. Versus, hey, I'm in, and I'm going to get the most. I'm going to complete this TLA the right way. That's first. Our president would always tell the story when he would get into a fight with his wife. He would say, before they even fight, he'd say, okay, we're married first. Okay, go. It's kind of like, hey, we're married. Okay. And you fight that way, he said. You fight knowing you're married. And there's no other options. Versus, oh, well, we'll see how this goes. Make the decision. That's why those of you that get a letter in or have a letter in now are already the most committed because you're doing all the right things. Those of you that went to the DMC meeting, you have one more exposure that other people don't. You're doing it way more things now than everyone else. So make that decision. I'm not forcing a letter of intent, by the way. You can't force that. But if you're ready to submit a letter, I can tell you your training changes. It's like my sister when she put her letter of intent to play soccer at George Washington versus I think North Carolina and Notre Dame. Those are the other two big ones. Then she started buying the George Washington sweatshirt, and she started looking up fun things to do in Washington, D.C. You start to do things differently when you know you're committed. Same thing here. And last few thoughts, and I'll share these last few thoughts at every single prep. Don't let anyone out-prepare you. It's okay. It's okay to poorly execute. It actually is. But it's not okay that people out-prepare you. Don't let people out-prepare you. When you have your drill for skill, every other week we're gonna score you on a skill. We want it so that no one out-prepares you. I'd rather you say, Jeffy, I goofed up, I just choked, and I couldn't deliver. That's fine. Jeff, I didn't prepare. That's not okay here. That's also not okay in life. I'm okay if you froze on the test. I didn't study is not a good answer. I didn't prepare for the exam. It's not a good answer. Give up who you are now for who you can become later. Some of us have become we've become so comfortable with things that aren't good about who we are and areas of opportunity we have now. It's just easier to stay in this place, isn't it? But give that person up for who you can become. Oh, but I'm good right now. But could you be great? Could you be better? Could you be 2.0? Could you be 3.0? You will feel incapable all the time, and that's normal. You're going to feel incapable all the time. This is going to be overwhelming. That's a great word, overwhelming. But you are in control. The most, the worst possible state of mind to be in, we talk about this all the time, is helplessness. When you have no control, incapable. You're all capable. You wouldn't be here if you weren't capable. And you didn't have the right coaches and resources. You're going to tell me you want to quit. I'll listen for a very short period of time. But no one's quitting. No one's quitting. Because when you're at SC3, I just got excited to this life-changing opportunity that will help me to be around the positive people that will make me a better version of myself, that make me a better business person, and I have an opportunity to do something next time no one has ever done before. Yeah, sign me up. No, I thought about it. That sucked. I don't want that. Think of it logically. All the upside of why you're here outweighs whatever is overwhelming you temporarily. Think about that. Think about that. And what's the cliche? No pain, no gain, or nothing worth attaining was easy. I mean, you can fill in whatever quote. Whatever's making you most insecure, work on that now. Work on that right away. If money is bothering you right now, sell more right now. Not like now at this meeting, but in the soon. Okay. Whatever is making you feel most insecure, work on that. If you're disorganized, work on that the most. If you feel like you're not getting good communication or support, talk to your manager about that. Those are the things that will move your business the quickest. And confidence is found through action. Ready, fire, aim is way more confident building than ready, aim, fire. Don't overthink the process. I'd rather you dive in. You know what's going to happen? The people who just say, Jeff, forget it. I want to do what you said at the meeting. Karina, just give me a day. I'm going to run my first interview, and I'll do it. That's the best. Not when I'm ready. Okay, when I'm ready, I'm going to run the interview. When I'm ready. Have you ever seen that? I'm ready. Okay, get ready. And then someone's already swimming before they're like jumping in the pool. Let me get ready. How do you run an interview? How do you get better at the interview?
So what's your name?
Yeah, run a bunch of bad ones. How do you get good at the sport? Play it really poorly the first few times, then adjust. The solution is almost always more communication. Not always, but almost always. The solution to most things that you're going to go through when you're in D2, don't forget when you hit D2, post it. Post it on WhatsApp. I'm in D2. Ah, bring it on. Oh, well, I just hit D2. Good thing I set up a PC with Karina so she can coach me. Coach me, Karina. And we will let everyone else think about all they have to do while we're already 2-3 steps ahead doing it. While everyone else says, oh, well, we got to do this, we're already doing. That's it. Find confidence through moving and through action. And remember, last thing, you're from the FC, and that means something completely different. That's really important. Now, I say this the way that I was raised. I don't care what other people are doing. You're not other people. It's like Luke's dad. I know on Sunday you want to go to this, but you have work to do. Or Saturday morning, you have work to do. Remember that story? Yeah, there's work you have to do. And Luke was sobbing. I would love to have seen that. Just sobbing. Luke, you want to play? No, he can't play. He's got to work. And look at Luke now. Look how grown up he is.
I'm doing both.
Now he's doing both. Okay. So I'll say this and we'll come back in a second. I'm not going to tell you it's easy, but I am telling you it's worth it. That's how TLA is. So welcome to our first official prep with TLA. And here's how we're going to take our first, I don't call them breaks. We call them skill set evolution / break. So, okay, it is now 3:32. It is 3:32. Obviously, the restroom's available for you if you need to use it. During this section, now I'd like you to, this is a chance for you to debrief. I'd like you to find a next level member, if you're a first year. Next level, you can facilitate 2 or 3 people. And their questions are on the agenda, if you take a look at the agenda. So I want you to find a next level member. Actually, you know, for this one, we'll do this. I would like you to debrief your biggest takeaways from the first section of TLA. So if you're first year, let's say Cheyenne, she'll find someone who, let's say Anthony, right? Let's say Alex, you'll find Antoine. Okay, let's say, I'm just making it up. So you want to find someone next level, and I want you to debrief your biggest takeaways. Then next level, I want you to debrief back your biggest takeaways. It is now 3:33. Do a reconvene at 3:45, so 12 minutes. Got it? Got it. Okay, everybody. Let's take it.
All right, do it.
Stand up. Let's go. Grab a seat.
I'll show it to you the next part. It's one girl and boy. My son's 4 and my keyboard are here with me.
I know I messed it up with every other girl.
But you're gonna get this.
What?
It's gonna retro.
Personal opinions of Diego Hernandez. We don't need yours.
Let's do quick takeaways from first session.
Can I get one?
Come on in.
We said 3:45. It's 3:46. Come on. I would have said 3:46 if I wanted 3:46. Right? Talk to me. Now you've got a chance to reminisce. Eldrick, why is it so hot? Did someone turn the air off? Please. Antoine, just check, because there's also not allowed. We're not allowed to put it too low because I get in trouble.
75. Maybe there's something set on the
71. Yeah. I think there's something set. I don't know.
Must be.
It's okay.
Thank you.
So takeaways. Let's get back to it.
Don't ever let anyone out prepare you.
Yeah, that's the worst. That's the worst. Especially when you know you're more talented than someone, then you get all upset. Good. What else?
It's very consistent. I've heard it before. It's reminded me that just don't use these feelings. You're gonna feel a certain way, but rather feel better after.
Yeah. Don't base your actions on how you feel, because most of the time you don't feel good. Most of the time you don't feel like going to the gym. Trust me. For as much as whenever you hear someone say, "Oh, I love to work out," they're talking to you in the day when they've been working out or they don't feel bad. Or it's easy to say it on those days. It's when the alarm goes off at 4:30 and you're really tired and you can't walk. I mean, that's the difference.
Whatever's making you most insecure, work on that.
Yeah.
Whether it's like little, big, whatever it is, just focus on those things, and it's like fine tuning your cards.
And this is like your third round through this. You can speak from experience of things like that, right?
Yeah.
Good. Alex.
Commit and do it early.
Yeah. The sooner you commit, I'm not forcing letters of intent. I'm telling you, I'm not forcing it. But when letters go in, the training changes. The people who put a letter in, everything changes. They're not overwhelmed. Not that it's easier, just the whole mindset, and they train at a higher level.
That you feel incapable, and that's totally normal.
Yeah. This isn't supposed to be easy. Otherwise, everyone would branch. And everyone would get this on their resume, and everyone would do this experience. Go ahead.
Culture strategy challenge.
Yes. You don't have to be really good right now. You just have to be in the right culture, and that's what we're going to try and facilitate here. Yes, sir.
You learn the most about yourself when you put yourself in uncomfortable situations.
Yeah. Adversity willingly undergone is the greatest virtue. Okay. So speaking of this being worth your time, I just want to before we get into the instruction, we're going to have Luke talk about probably one of the best events of all TLA. It's going to Olean, the Olean trip. We're going to talk about the objectives of the interview. Mr. Delgado is going to talk just about the different sections of the interview, how to learn the interview process, even though how many of you have already started to run parts of the interview? Anyone? Not yet? A few pre-screens, so you did? What did you do? Pre-screen, good. Then after that, we're going to have Karina talk about the body language and the nonverbals of how to run an interview class or recruiting class. And then we're going to do a little bit of drill for skill, some matrix random, where I'm just going to call people up and at random choice and have you do the parts of the interview, and we'll really see who hasn't been studying and who has been. So, and then after that, we'll get into the TLA life skills. If you haven't already taken a look at the agenda, we have an action-packed agenda. We're going to do advanced planner strategies today, personal budget basics, and then we'll wrap up with what's important now. And as per tradition, we're going to have a team that always works together, eats together, wins together. We're going to have a team night out together for the entire team. I'm going to get several apps and some wings. We're going to go to Buffalo Wild Wings and get some time. And the main objective, aside from feeding you hungry little animals, is to make sure that we're getting time to debrief together. And again, the team that eats together wins together, as many of you know from athletics. This is one of my favorite videos of all time. In fact, it's funny, Scott referenced this at SC2, and he said, "Have you ever heard this video, Gamboa?" I said, "We played this the last 4 years in a row, or 3 years in a row at TLA." And the video is actually by an author and a psychologist named Meg J. And I'm going to give you a chance to watch it. It's a TED Talk, so if you know anything about TED, All of those talks are only 13 to 15 minutes long. Okay. So we're going to watch this message, and we're going to debrief. But this is an overwhelming validation of why TLA is worth your time, and why going through this is worth your time, and why you're not too young, and why best version of yourself doesn't have to start when you're married and 30, but should start as soon as possible. Probably yesterday is when I should have started. Okay? And if you've watched this before, I'd love to get your feedback with a new set of eyes this time. Cool? Questions, comments? No, okay. Stretch your arms. And any light bulbs that hit you, just post them on the WhatsApp if you'd like.
When I was in my 20s, I saw my very first psychotherapy client. I was a PhD student in clinical psychology at Berkeley. She was a 26-year-old woman named Alex. Now, Alex walked into her first session wearing jeans and a big slouchy top, and she dropped onto the couch in my office and kicked off her flats and told me she was there to talk about guy problems. Now, when I heard this, I was so relieved. My classmate got an arsonist for her first client. And I got a 20-something who wanted to talk about boys. This, I thought I could handle. But I didn't handle it. With the funny stories that Alex would bring to session, it was easy for me just to nod my head while we kicked the can down the road. 30's the new 20, Alex would say. And as far as I could tell, she was right. Work happened later, marriage happened later, kids happened later, even death happened later. 20-somethings like Alex and I had nothing but time. But before long, my supervisor pushed me to push Alex about her love life. I pushed back. I said, sure, she's dating down. She's sleeping with a knucklehead. But it's not like she's going to marry the guy. And then my supervisor said, not yet, but she might marry the next one. Besides, the best time to work on Alex's marriage is before she has one. That's what psychologists call an aha moment. That was the moment I realized 30's not the new 20. Yes, people settle down later than they used to, but that didn't make Alex's 20s a developmental downtime. That made Alex's 20s a developmental sweet spot, and we were sitting there blowing it. That was when I realized that this sort of benign neglect was a real problem, and it had real consequences. Not just for Alex and her love life, but for the careers and the families and the futures of 20-somethings everywhere. There are 50 million 20-somethings in the United States right now. We're talking about 15% of the population, or 100% if you consider that no one's getting through adulthood without going through their 20s first. Raise your hand if you're in your 20s. I really want to see some 20-somethings here. Yay, y'all's awesome. If you work with 20-somethings, you love a 20-something, you're losing sleep over 20-somethings, I want to see, okay, awesome, 20-somethings really matter. So I specialize in 20-somethings because I believe that every single one of those 50 million 20-somethings deserves to know what psychologists, sociologists, neurologists, and fertility specialists already know. That claiming your 20s is one of the simplest yet most transformative things you can do for work, for love, for your happiness, maybe even for the world. This is not my opinion. These are the facts. We know that 80% of life's most defining moments take place by age 35. That means that 8 out of 10 of the decisions and experiences and aha moments that make your life what it is will have happened by your mid-30s. People who are over 40, don't panic. This crowd is going to be fine, I think. We know that the first 10 years of a career has an exponential impact on how much money you're going to earn. We know that more than half of Americans are married or are living with or dating their future partner by 30. We know that the brain caps off its second and last growth spurt in your 20s as it rewires itself for adulthood, which means that whatever it is you want to change about yourself, now is the time to change it. We know that personality changes more during your 20s than at any other time in life. And we know that female fertility peaks at age 28, and things get tricky after age 35. So your 20s are the time to educate yourself about your body and your options. So when we think about child development, we all know that the first 5 years are a critical period for language and attachment in the brain. It's a time when your ordinary day-to-day life has an inordinate impact on who you will become. But what we hear less about is that there's such a thing as adult development, and our 20s are that critical period of adult development. But this isn't what 20-somethings are hearing. Newspapers talk about the changing timetable of adulthood. Researchers call the 20s an extended adolescence. Journalists coined silly nicknames for 20-somethings like twixters and cadults. It's true. As a culture, we have trivialized what is actually the defining decade of adulthood. Leonard Bernstein said that to achieve great things, you need a plan and not quite enough time. Isn't that true? So what do you think happens when you pat a 20-something on the head and you say you have 10 extra years to start your life? Nothing happens. You have robbed that person of his urgency and ambition, and absolutely nothing happens. And then every day, smart, interesting 20-somethings like you or like your sons and daughters come into my office and say things like this. I know my boyfriend's no good for me, but this relationship doesn't count. I'm just killing time. Or they say, everybody says as long as I get started on a career by the time I'm 30, I'll be fine. But then it starts to sound like this. My 20s are almost over and I have nothing to show for myself. I had a better resume the day after I graduated from college. And then it starts to sound like this. Dating in my 20s was like musical chairs. Everybody was running around and having fun. But then sometime around 30, it was like the music turned off and everybody started sitting down. I didn't want to be the only one left standing up, so sometimes I think I married my husband because he was the closest chair to me at 30. Where are the 20-somethings here? Do not do that. Okay, now that sounds a little flip, but make no mistake, the stakes are very high. When a lot has been pushed to your 30s, there is enormous 30-something pressure to jumpstart a career, pick a city, partner up, and have 2 or 3 kids in a much shorter period of time.
So I want to stop there. Big takeaways so far. I don't want to wait till the end because it tends to get overwhelming. Takeaways, big in your face. She calls them aha moments. We call them light bulbs. Place.
You need to achieve something. You need to plan and not quite enough time.
Yeah, what does that mean? You need urgency.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. Alex.
Your 20s change everything.
Who's heard? In fact, there's a rap song. 30's the new 20.
Hmm?
Or 30's not the new 20.
What?
30's the new 20. Jay-Z.
No.
Yeah, you guys are young. 30's the new 20. What does that mean? Oh, live it up when you're 30. But 20 is really important, is what we're saying. What else? Go ahead.
Don't settle.
Don't settle. Don't settle. Now matters.
I mean, this is probably like one of the most mind-opening talks I've ever had, but or listened to. But there's so much. But one of them, 8 out of 10 of your life's most defining moments will happen by 35.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone right now is like, people in their 20s, the average non-vector kid is like, oh, let's have fun, let's do this, let's do that. Then comes the 30s, and they're like, oh, crap.
Yeah. What did our president say in regards to YOLO?
Yeah.
We can go in a whole nother direction. Yeah.
The best time to work on something before it happens, for sure. It's really interesting. I was actually going through my notes, and it really goes against like the adolescent culture, how it's cycled through the years in history, where it's like, okay, the hippie era and all this other stuff, how people just kind of, lived without really focusing on urgency, and it's kind of interesting how we are now because of that.
Well, it's funny when you focus on doing things now. It's the whole you're not too young. You get ahead of the game. All the people running the world now were the ones who didn't screw their 20s up.
Yeah.
And didn't just, whatever, I'm young. Keep going.
Many of these things are incompatible, and as research is just starting to show, simply harder and more stressful to do. all at once in our 30s. The post-millennial midlife crisis isn't buying a red sports car. It's realizing you can't have that career you now want. It's realizing you can't have that child you now want, or you can't give your child a sibling. Too many 30-somethings and 40-somethings look at themselves and at me sitting across the room and say about their 20s, what was I doing? What was I thinking? I want to change what 20-somethings are doing and thinking. Here's a story about how that can go. It's a story about a woman named Emma. At 25, Emma came to my office because she was, in her words, having an identity crisis. She said she thought she might like to work in art or entertainment, but she hadn't decided yet, so she'd spent the last few years waiting tables instead. Because it was cheaper, she lived with a boyfriend who displayed his temper more than his ambition. And as hard as her 20s were, her early life had been even harder. She often cried in our sessions, but then would collect herself by saying, you can't pick your family, but you can pick your friends. Well, one day Emma comes in and she hangs her head in her lap and she sobbed for most of the hour. She'd just bought a new address book and she'd spent the morning filling in her many contacts, but then she'd been left staring at that empty blank that comes after the words, in case of emergency, please call. She was nearly hysterical when she looked at me and said, who's going to be there for me if I get in a car wreck? Who's going to take care of me if I have cancer? Now, in that moment, it took everything I had not to say, I will. But what Emma needed wasn't some therapist who really, really cared. Emma needed a better life, and I knew this was her chance. I had learned too much since I first worked with Alex to just sit there while Emma's defining decade went parading by. So over the next weeks and months, I told Emma 3 things that every 20-something, male or female, deserves to hear. First, I told Emma to forget about having an identity crisis and get some identity capital. By get identity capital, I mean do something that adds value to who you are. Do something that's an investment in who you might want to be next. I didn't know the future of Emma's career, and no one knows the future of work, but I do know this. Identity capital begets identity capital. So now is the time for that cross-country job, that internship, that startup you want to try. I'm not discounting 20-something exploration here, but I am discounting exploration that's not supposed to count. Which, by the way, is not exploration, that's procrastination. I told Emma to explore work and make it count. Second, I told Emma that the urban tribe is overrated. Best friends are great for giving rides to the airport, but 20-somethings who huddle together with like-minded peers limit who they know, what they know, how they think, how they speak, and where they work. That new piece of capital, that new person to date almost always comes from outside the inner circle. New things come from what are called our weak ties, or friends of friends of friends. So yes, half of 20-somethings are underemployed, but half aren't, and weak ties are how you get yourself into that group. Half of new jobs are never posted, so reaching out to your neighbor's boss is how you get that unposted job. It's not cheating, it's the science of how information spreads. Last but not least, Emma believed that you can't pick your family, but you can pick your friends. Now this was true for her growing up, but as a 20-something soon, Emma would pick her family when she partnered with someone and created a family of her own. I told Emma the time to start picking your family is now. Now you may be thinking that 30 is actually a better time to settle down than 20 or even 25, and I agree with you. But grabbing whoever you're living with or sleeping with when everyone on Facebook starts walking down the aisle is not progress. The best time to work on your marriage is before you have one, and that means being as intentional with love as you are with work. Picking your family is about consciously choosing who and what you want, rather than just making it work or killing time with whoever happens to be choosing you. So what happened to Emma? Well, we went through that address book, and she found an old roommate's cousin who worked at an art museum in another state. That weak tie helped her get a job there. That job offer gave her the reason to leave that live-in boyfriend. Now, 5 years later, she's a special events planner for museums. She's married to a man she mindfully chose. She loves her new career. She loves her new family. And she sent me a card that said, "Now the emergency contact blanks don't seem big enough." Now, Emma's story made that sound easy, but that's what I love about working with 20-somethings. They are so easy to help. 20-somethings are like airplanes just leaving LAX, bound for somewhere west. Right after takeoff, a slight change in course is the difference between landing in Alaska or Fiji. Likewise, at 21 or 25 or even 29, one good conversation, one good break, one good TED Talk can have an enormous effect across years and even generations to come. So here's an idea worth spreading to every 20-something you know. It's as simple as what I learned to say to Alex. It's what I now have the privilege of saying to 20-somethings like Emma every single day. 30 is not the new 20, so claim your adulthood, get some identity capital, use your weak ties, pick your family. Don't be defined by what you didn't know or didn't do. You're deciding your life right now. Thank you.
Other takeaways from the second half? Like,
I feel like this video correlates really well with what we just went over, which was the D1 through D4 cycle, where it's just kind of like, especially if you are going to take that, route and focus on your 20s, you're going to need coaching, you're going to need support, you're going to need services of influence. So I think this video really just correlates well with what we just talked about.
Yep, I agree. Cheyenne.
Claim your adulthood.
Claim your adulthood. How many of you, and I would say I was that through my early teens, were in groups with people where they say, you're still young, doesn't really matter. I think that can be some of the most detrimental advice, I think. Detrimental advice. So I was around people, I'll come back to here. I was around people where, I can just travel, maybe because they have the means to. I'm just going to do this and do nothing and travel and do nothing. And I really agree with Meg where I say that's not, I think there's a time and a place for that, by the way, for traveling and exploration. But when it's just, wait when I get back. Put you at a disadvantage. We'll replace and we'll go down this way.
All right. One thing that it really rang true with me and that I learned at the DM Summit was to explore like other options and stuff. So like what I did when I got back from the DM Summit was I took a job at a law office and I started working at the Ninja Lab and stuff, doing the training and stuff to explore my other options just to see where I was and kind of build my identity capital and give myself a range that
Yeah. I think that's a great. In fact, that's what Grace Velez did. Grace Velez started shadowing in a law firm because she said, "Jeff, I'm going to be a lawyer." And after one or two sessions at that law firm, she's like, "Jeff, I could never do this." But you wouldn't know that if you were just like, whatever, doesn't matter, Alex.
Exploration that doesn't count is procrastination.
You guys get these three down? ID capital. What's that referring to? What is she talking about?
Explore.
Yeah, who you are, and it's important who you're hanging out with, and it's important to create that. Weak ties, like networking, and then being around the right circle. She's saying sometimes being that closed circle, it really hinders your opportunity to network. And then pick your family now. I think she says being intentional. And for me, I think this also ties around circle of influence too. Anyone, and this is from Matthew Kelly directly, anyone that doesn't allow you and make you the best version of yourself is not worth your time, and it's not good enough for you. But some of us have friends where you'd say, yeah, they're definitely not helping me to be the best version, but yeah, they're still my friend.
Can you say that? What was that?
That way, with that accent?
Either way.
No. there's so many people that will say, well, I know that person. Oh, the quote, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Anyone that doesn't allow you to be the best version of you is not worth your time and not good enough for you. As harsh as that may sound for some of us, it's like, man, if you are here, why bother here? Sometimes, well, I mean, however you justify it, what do you call it? That becomes your ball and chain to the bottom of the river, if you will. Other takeaways from the video, even next year's. What as you look back second year, I'd love some next level feedback.
It's also, I feel like this also correlates with what Luke's dad was saying, where it's like the best investments in yourself. So you want to make sure that in your 20s you really focus on what you need to get done.
Best investment is in yourself, of course. That's a quote.
It is a quote.
Who else?
Well, again, by making the decision to be here, we're all making the choice to do today what others won't, so we can do it tomorrow what others can't.
Yeah, I have a really cool story on that. Like many of you, believe it or not, I did not get Cutco support all the way. Believe it or not. I had a dad. I thought this was the most ridiculous thing. A mom that cried. This is the most ridiculous things. I forgot what it was a couple years ago, and then my mom was at a party. It was all a bunch of family, and she said, "Remember, Jeff, when you were a new manager and you were a new, I think, district manager, and you worked all the time. We were working like 7 days a week for a period of time, and you're always working. And you got time to meet with the family and see people, but you were working so hard. I remember how all your other friends were not working." And she just laughed and she said, "Look at you now. Look at them." And she started naming people. And look at them. And look at and that's probably not the way to do it, but. And I don't regret. And she kept referring to when you were younger, you just outworked everyone. You're 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22, and other people were traveling for the summer or at the beach or working down in Ocean City, which was a cool, like non-productive thing to do where I'm from. You were working Cutco summers when everyone else was on spring break, spending money and getting wasted. You were in your office doing cross training every year until my senior year of college. And then my senior year of college, I went out with a bang and went to Cancun and did it the right way. All on Cutco dollars, right? So just food for thought. Other takeaways from this video? Dari, this is your third time watching this, right?
I think fourth
or fifth.
Yeah, I watch it all the time. I show this to my friends. I say, hey, you need to watch this. Take these 17 to 20 minutes out of your day and watch this.
Other takeaways from next level? I'm just curious, sort of watching the back for the millionth time, it feels like.
Be intentional about everything you do. You may never know how it helps you in the future.
The people you're with and the choices you make and the work you do all make a difference right now, including here on Monday for TLA preps, including those weekly TLA preps that I know you've got to get to, and I know you have to make up the work. I know there's things to, and it takes effort, but I'm just telling you right now, it's worth it. And what's hard now will not be hard later. What's hard now will not be hard later, right? The things that were hard in middle school, when you get to high school, you're like, I wish it was like middle school. Now, where are my high school seniors? I'm just telling you, there's a point where you go, man, I wish it was like high school senior year. That was nothing. And then you're my age. I wish it was like when I was 20. But it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It should always be harder, and because you're growing up, and that's a really important thing to remember. We'll end with the two in the back, David, and if there's any WhatsApp, I don't know if there's any WhatsApps. We'll David and then Kareem. You want to read a couple?
Sure. Claiming your 20s, it's a common one. Starting things now. 80% of life's most defining moments take place before 35.
Yep.
There's such a thing as adult development. You can't figure in who keeps a friend, circle of influence. Be intentional in everything you do. You're deciding your life right now. Start building capital.
Good. Were you just going to read the WhatsApp? Sorry, raise your hand.
No, I was going to try.
Okay, we'll go with David, and we'll end with you. Okay, David.
So I want to go back to what we talk about creating the right habits, and says learning how to work correctly now, creating the right habits so that you don't come into that D1, D2 phase unprepared.
Yeah. I want to make T-shirts that say "I love D2." Give me D2.
This is the science nerd in me, but scientifically speaking, the prefrontal cortex is the last part of the brain to develop. And I learned this in class. And what's cool about this business is that we get to impact people to be impacted during the time where our brain most needs it. That's the part of the brain that involves planning, prioritizing, and problem solving.
Yeah.
Which is like the most important part.
It's the delayed development, but we force it to the front. We actually take your brain and switch it. I feel it. That's right. What's that?
Is that what branches?
Yeah, you sit in a room with these.
I
Good?
don't remember this.
Okay. Let's do this. So I want you to turn to the person next to you. And I want you to debrief your biggest takeaways as Luke sets up for the next message. Okay? So we'll take 2 minutes. Just find someone next to you or turn around. 2-minute debrief, and then Luke, you're up, my friend.
Those extra slides. You're good at your slides.
Yeah.
For me,
Picture was on.
Are you guilty of putting it together?
It's a PowerPoint and see, man, 5 slides. 5 slides, no text. You know. What is it? Which one is the one where you just do pictures and you talk about that Keynote or PowerPoint? Keynote, right?
No, Keynote is the Apple version.
Yeah, but isn't there one that you're supposed to? One is like slides that go with it, and one is like
in general, you're really supposed to do it. 30 seconds.
To the screen. Stop it. So don't moderate. You do need to be urgent.
Give me a second.
Okay, 10 seconds. All right. Let me get your attention, please. Good to see we still have people virtually intact. We got Mr. Byron from Johns Hopkins, Sonny Moore at NYU, Jonathan Heisman at the Sports Bar. Put the beer down, John. Put the beer down. It's too early. Grace Velez and all those wonderful Puerto Ricans. Can you guys hear me? A little wave. Hey there.
40 minutes.
On La Isla, can you hear me on La Isla? Yes, no? Okay, cool. So I want to turn things over to Mr. Maseko, or as many people like to call him, Cyrus.
Oh, okay.
You know about Cyrus?
I know what Cyrus.
That's not his nickname. So here's a cool Luke story, and you may know parts of it. So one of my favorite places and one of my favorite things to do is to have conversations over meals. And down the street, down the plaza actually, is Commercial Point Cafe, where many a future of the FC have been built. Conversations through the hash browns and sandwiches there, also through sushi. And I've had opportunities to meet with Luke. Luke started with us at a very young age, going into his senior year of high school, like several of you. And as you know, his career has taken a really awesome path. So he's been an assistant and pilot, then he became a branch manager this past year, and you see him flourish into the branch manager he is today, finishing number 2 in the Silver Cup race. And I'm even right now, I'm getting text messages from region managers. Okay, you guys had the #1 and the #2 branches in the nation. You guys also had the highest branch average in the entire company. I just found out, which is pretty cool, right? And I think that's cool. And here's what I'll say. I want to celebrate, but I want to tell you that I expected that from this group. I really felt confident that we were going to have a kick-butt group, and we did. One of the things that Luke did really well this summer is he corralled people at events. And I'll never forget when I think of Summer 16, I think of SC1, and I think of the unveiling of the skirt. Right? And Luke got up there. Luke was like, hey, so-and-so, skirt. And you get this big skirt. It was one of those, this is Luke's team now. Coming from Luke, the high school senior, working around football to be a rep. So for those of you that are high school and overwhelmed, talk to him because he was high school and overwhelmed, and he didn't quit. And look at him now. It's really awesome. Luke's message today is to talk to you about the trip, and the trip is going to Olean, New York. It's part of the TLA process. It's a VIP trip. It's pretty awesome. In fact, we don't even bring all the managers. We only bring the division managers. It's a select group of district managers, and of course, Mr. Scott Dennis. We visit the plant. I'm not going to take too much away from Luke's message, but I want Luke to give you a chance to hear what the event is about, why you should be excited, and I think the objective of his message is just to get you fired up for this Olean event, which also culminates with the Olean push. So I'll end his intro with this. When you think of Luke Maseko and from the experiences you've had with Luke Maseko, especially next level, what are some things that come to mind? Words, phrases, or thoughts when you think of Luke Maseko, besides skirt? Elder.
Enthusiastic about what he does.
Say it again.
Enthusiastic about what he does.
Enthusiastic about what he does. Yes, he is.
Funny guy.
He is a funny guy. He's actually one of the funniest people I know, and I can't stop being around him. It makes me laugh all the time. Like, you know when you laugh while you're drinking something, you spit it up, drip, laugh? That's how I feel with Luke constantly. And he doesn't even try to. He'll say something like, David.
I would say infectious energy.
Infectious energy, yes. You can tell that from his team, from the next level group. Good. What else?
Not afraid to work hard.
But undercover work ethic. You know what I really appreciate about Luke? He doesn't let you know, and he doesn't boast about it, and you can't even tell he's working hard, but he's outworking everyone. I remember all through the summer, I would get text messages from him and Andrew actually getting to the office before anyone else even woke up, and leaving the office later and debriefing and watching these videos. And that's the #1, #2 branch in the nation. And I'll end with this great accomplishment to say that out of 300 plus branch offices, you were head to head and finished #2 in the entire company for Vector Marketing. I think that's an awesome accomplishment. I know we haven't given the proper props, if you will, but congratulations to Andrew, congratulations to Luke on just outstanding summer performances. And to talk to you about Olean today, I know he loves energy, so give him some energy. Mr. Luke Maseko.
Olean, who here's been to Olean? Eldrick, did you go last year? No. You went to Olean. Awesome. All right. So, who knows what this is? What is this?
It's not the Mecca.
That is Mecca.
Yes.
So, for those that don't know, Mecca, when you're a Muslim, you go to Mecca once in your lifetime. It's like the pilgrimage that you make, right? You make a pilgrimage to Mecca. And I sometimes kind of like to think of Olean as like the Mecca for TLA members, right? We all have to make our pilgrimage to Olean, right? So this is kind of like the defining part of fall. The main part of TLA is we all make our pilgrimage to Mecca, and every TLA member every year they go to Mecca once a year. So it's like our Cutco Mecca, and it's really cool because it's the place that really it puts you kind of like in that upper echelon of Cutco. I don't know about you guys, but I always like kind of being part of that upper group, the kind of the people that knew each other, right? Some of you probably met Andy Jonty or something before SC2 when he walked by. It's like, oh, what's up, Anthony? You're like, what? And it's the guy next to like, how do you know Andy Jonty? Right? And it's just kind of a cool feeling. Olean's really where, since it's all just TLA people, like we went to SC2 and you kind of got to see the bigger picture of the company. But going to Olean, it's kind of like that upper echelon. It's like, oh, I kind of get to meet some of the managers and some of all the future managers as well. That they're all in TLA as well. So it's one of the great things that just kind of is a byproduct of going to Olean and just kind of the group that goes. But it's really cool because the whole FC comes, really builds your FC pride because Puerto Rico goes too. And it's kind of like you go to the airport and it's like almost like homecoming. And you see all the, I remember the Gainesville crew's there in their airport, the Tally crew's in their airport, the Miami Fort Lauderdale crew all meets in their airport. And, you know, come from the FC, it's an awesome trip because especially for us, it's so funny going up. Everyone's wearing their best cold weather gear because we're the only ones that don't get seasons. And we go up in November. And in upstate New York in November, it gets cold. So when you see pictures in just a second, everyone's wearing like their best cold weather outfit. I remember it was psyched because I wore my favorite sweater and I only got to wear that sweater like once a year. That's when we go to Olean. You know, so everyone's wearing their favorite cold weather outfits. Plus, it's fall. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but leaves, they turn like different colors. They get like brown or red. It's really cool being able to see that. But here's our crew in Olean last year. You get to the hotel. Like I said, it's kind of like a homecoming for the whole FC. So the Gainesville squad's going to get to see the Tally squad and the Miami squad together for the first time. It's almost like the first time all of us have been together since SC2. So even just the hotel when we get there is awesome. I'm sure you see some familiar faces and everything. But it's so great seeing the crew come together. And when you think of just fall training with TLA, really the first thing that I think of is the Olean trip. You know, it really is kind of the defining experience for it. Like, sure, there's other trips. There's Puerto Vallarta. People are going to be there. But this is like the TLA members trip where everyone gets together to go to the factory in Olean, you know? So in here ever been to Niagara Falls? Okay, a lot of you actually. All right. So Niagara Falls, our hotel is like right next to Niagara Falls. It's beautiful. It's like right around the corner. So I just remember we were all walking there and everything, and the hotel's right around the corner. So you walk there, and all of a sudden, like, bam, it's right there. And then you sit there for like 3 hours taking pictures, just with all the friends that you had just seen for the first time since SC2, and you know, everyone's your Instagram feed is just people from Olean, right? That are people at Niagara Falls. And so you'll just sit there for hours taking pictures because it really is beautiful. I mean, I made sure and got a picture with that's what the leaves look like in November. It's pretty neat. And whoever sells the least for the Olean push, we put them in a barrel and we throw them over. Then everyone else, we take a boat tour at the bottom and then we go find them. So we find them like most of the time. Rest in peace, Jimmy. Yeah. So yeah, just so you know, make sure you're selling for the Olean push. Also, make sure to bring your passport, right? Because your passport at night, like we do like to go over to Canada, because if you don't know, Niagara Falls is like the border of Canada and upstate New York. So it's cool to go over in Canada. And if you didn't know, in Canada, the legal consumption age for lemonade is not 21. So bring your passport so we can get over. You take like this little bridge. And it's still just kind of cool. It's a cool thing to like go over to Canada, you know, but definitely Niagara Falls is an amazing one. I do have awesome pictures of me like throwing leaves in the air and stuff like that with some people. Ask me personally. I'm not gonna put those up here now, but ask me later. But really the main thing is the factory, right? Where do you see this picture? In the Blue Book, right? So you get to see all these things from like the Blue Book and the virtual. They really all start to come to life. You know, this is like the real Mecca, you know? And so we take the bus ride to Olean. You get to see the Mecca. And you show up to the factory, and it's cool. The first thing you do is you walk through the Hall of Fame, right? You go through the Hall of Flame, basically, right? The Hall of Flame. You look up on the wall. Jeff's face is front and center. He's like in his early 20s. It's Jeff's baby face, and everyone gets to have a good laugh. And I just remember sitting there with a bunch of different people, and the Hall of Fame was really cool. And then you go back into the factory. And you got to wear your hard hat and everything. And this is where you really start to take pride in the product that you're able to sell. You know, and everyone has the one story. There's one person every year that sees their box going by. It's their order. That was Jeff when he went the first time. He saw his box go by. He's like, that's my order, right? So it's cool to be able to see them put on the double D edge. It's cool to see all these crazy robot arms moving things around and putting things on knives and stuff like that. But, you know, the most amazing part is the people that work there. Because Olean it's a pretty small town, and it's pretty much run by the factory. Or not run by the factory, but almost everyone in this town works for the factory. Just about everyone there, if they're from Olean, they know about Tuck Day because they employ so many people in this town. So these people, they're so incredibly appreciative of what you do for them because if it weren't for us, they wouldn't have jobs. But you know what else is cool? We're so appreciative for them because if it weren't for them, we wouldn't have jobs either. You know, it's a mutual relationship, but they really are like, has anyone ever been to like a really small town where everyone's just super nice? You know what I'm talking about? Just that small town feeling. It's exactly like when you're in the factory, you feel like that. It's pretty incredible just to be able to meet these people that are helping build your product, and they're the ones giving you jobs, you know? So it's a cute little town run by the nicest people that you'll ever meet. And you'll see people from the virtual right? That was one of my favorite things. Is I was going by like the K-bar section. You know, the part of the virtual, it's the modern marbles part where they have like the butter knife, and it's like about all it'll do is cut butter, right? I remember meeting that guy, and I met him. He's like, "Hi, nice feature," and about all it'll do is cut butter. I get that a lot, but there's that, and then there's the lady that's like sharpening the chef knives. And guys, wax on, wax off, muscle memory, right? Imagine muscle memory. This lady's been working here for like 40 years, just the same motion. She specializes in chef knives. And I just remember sitting there, I'm like, do you do this all day? She's like, 40 years, honey. 40 years. Oh my goodness, right? So you'll see that. You'll see the crazy machines and robot arms and stamping the Cutco, and you'll be able to see the furnace that they show in the Modern Marvels videos, and then the ice thing, the ice box. The ice box, they'll give you a little water bottle. You can squirt it in there. It's like negative 120 degrees. It's so cold that when you spray it, it turns to ice before it hits the bottom. That's pretty sweet, right? And you'll see them being able to put on the double D edge. You'll see them sharpening knives. But my favorite part of the factory was the misuse and abuse section. Oh, yeah. Right? The misuse and abuse section, it's hilarious, right? You go, and they just have this table set up. And if you're from my office, you've heard this story. But they have this table set up of all the misuse and abuse stuff. And you'll see a knife that's like melted into a grate. You'll see one that someone like stuck it in their oven or heated up in a pan. And you keep thinking, like, what are these people doing? And they're like, yeah, we see it all the time. But there was one. They know right where I'm going with this. The trimmer, right? So you see a perfect, just white trimmer sitting there. And you're like, someone always asks, like, what's that one for? They're like, oh, so the guy brings out a note. And the note says, my husband tried to cut his poop in half in the toilet in order to get it down, and I can't get this clean enough. I'd like to use the misuse and abuse. But they replace it completely for free. So that's one of the incredible things you get to see at the factory. But by far, the absolute best part of the Olean trip, guys, if there's one thing this company does, right? This company makes some pretty damn good knives. Can I get that right? Yes. I get my one, right? They make some great knives. They give some great jobs. They have a great mission. They give all of us professional experience and all that, but they feed their people. Oh my gosh. Guys, the lasagna. This will be the greatest lasagna you will ever put in your mouth. The lunch when we go to the factory. All right. This lasagna is so good. In my notes, it's a proper noun. I capitalized it. Okay. It is layer upon layer of soft, buttery pasta with a delicious combination of juicy seasoned tomato sauce mixed with ground meat, perfectly seasoned and softened with onions. Just the right amount of ricotta cheese, right? Perfectly mixed together with hot, cheesy mozzarella, topped with voluptuous glazed parmesan. Guys, you cannot miss those lasagna. You got it? Get excited for the factory. Get excited for lasagna, right? And, it's the same thing, just like the conferences, the energy is there. But like I said, it's that upper group of people, and you really get to, show yourself off. We have the Olean push. And you guys, I don't know if you've been told this yet, but you get to go for free. All you have to do, who here has ever sold a homemaker? Ever. I think almost everyone raised their hand. Just about everyone in the room raised their hand. Guys, all you have to do is sell a homemaker, and you go for free. Guys, all you have to do is sell a homemaker, and you go for free. Yeah.
Do you have to sell a homemaker, or can you sell a signature?
It's called the Olean homemaker. All you do is sell a homemaker. I'm not sure when it starts, but it usually goes through like January, February. Guys, you have months to be able to just sell a home. Just one homemaker.
Can you get anything for
just one homemaker.
How much can we get like free subsidy with it? Or?
Can we? I don't know.
180.
180 bonus points for free.
210.
210?
More.
What? So guys, a tour of the factory, probably worth hundreds of dollars. A stay at a hotel, hundreds of dollars. A flight, hundreds of dollars. But Olean lasagna, priceless.
Good job, sir. All right, let's give Luke a round of applause.
I think I've lost all the value of the Cutco conference. I just want to go eat lasagna now. I want to give you some details on the Olean trip. The lasagna.
Gosh darn
Perfectly seasoned beef. So get this in your calendars, please, and we'll go to break right after this. So the Olean trip is November 12th through the 15th. The 12th is a Saturday. Okay. So the 12th is a Saturday. We will be flying in Saturday morning for the event. The conference starts on Saturday, goes overnight, goes Sunday, and then Sunday, you can write down Sunday is Canada Fun Day. So the event ends around lunchtime, and then we take two photos. We take the same photo on the steps by the TGI Fridays, if you know what I'm talking about. Then we take our annual photo by Niagara Falls. And then afterwards, we have a phone jam, an order phone jam for the push. And then that evening is actually fun night in Canada. The districts and the senior branches take you guys out on the town. It's awesome. It's bonding, and I actually don't go on purpose so that you guys can let your hair down without feeling like I'm putting a make your score down in front of you. Right? So 12th, 13th, then on the 14th, on Monday, that's when we go to the Olean factory. Right? So 12th is travel and conference, 13th is conference in Canada, 14th, we take a bus early in the morning. We get to Olean, New York, and the whole day is the tour, everything that Luke was talking about. There's even an awards banquet, and of course the SC2. The SC2 of the fall, the Olean Push, where we will compete for our first ever fall top 2 trophy in divisional history, which I'm really excited about to share. And then Tuesday's travel day. If you have any extenuating extenuating, sorry, I apologize. Normally so good with vocabulary. Extenuating circumstances. Obviously, you'll talk to me one-on-one. Like for those of you that are athletes, people would get a chance to, we can manipulate the flight where they have to come in after games and so forth. But you can't miss this event. Also, we have an actual Leadership Academy prep at that. That's the November TLA prep. It's in Olean, but it's with the entire region, which is really awesome. You also get to size up the competition and see who you'll be competing with for branches. Plus, those of you that are on pace for branching, meaning your startup is over $1,000, you might want to write this down. To be on pace to getting an office. Someone is breathing heavy. Someone is breathing heavy on the go-to meeting. It's like to be on pace. To be on pace, meaning at the event on Monday, when we are in front of Jim Stitt, who is the chairman of the board and essentially CEO of Cutco Corporation, the man that makes the whole ship run. They're going to be doing awards where if you're on pace, you're going to get an award in front of the whole Cutco executive team. It is one of the most prestigious things that can happen for you, and it means you are on pace to running a branch. Number one, you have to be over $1,000 in startup by then. Not right now, but by then. If you're already at 1,000, you're already ahead of the game. Okay. Number two, you have to have a letter of intent submitted before Olean at some point. Okay. Doesn't have to be. It won't be accepted, but it'll be submitted by you as someone who's serious, like really serious about earning a branch position. Okay. So as of right now, for example, how many of you are over $1,000 in startup? So these would be the serious players. Okay, and of course, several in Puerto Rico and virtually online. I see John putting up 2 fingers. John, put the beer down. John.
20 minutes.
I know Luke shared a couple. I want to share a couple of my own slides. Yes, we will throw you over if you're lowest for the push, and there's the boat to come save you. There you go. Okay. Niagara Falls, it's fun. Canada is awesome. Ripley's Believe It or Not. You guys remember that? It's pretty fun. Disturbing, but fun. This is the Canada side. Right, beautiful views, and it's one of the wonders of the world, everybody. What a great opportunity. I want to give you some details. This will be out on email during the break. Okay, you'll sign up through Vector Connect, and here's how it works. The meeting is the only one of the year to include a tour of the Cutco factory and offices in Olean, New York, and it includes, here's what the package includes. Round trip airfare to Buffalo. In fact, I kind of want to share value in this. Let's do flight alone. Let's average it from South Florida.
300, 400.
Roughly $400 just for flight alone. Okay. Then meals and lodging at the Sheraton Niagara Falls. So you're talking about a lunch for the first day, dinner for this first day, lunch for this breakfast and lunch, dinner they'll give you cash, right? And then the lasagna for lunch and the breakfast for so 7, and then breakfast when you fly out the next day, right? Or no?
Yes.
You did that? Okay. Okay, so that's 8 meals. What should that cost per person?
$200-300.
Yeah, if it's low ball, Avi, you said what? Low ball, $10 a meal, 80. Call it $100 plus. But you're also eating at a hotel. Does anyone price food at a hotel versus normal?
It's like
Okay, it's usually about 30 to 60% higher. That's just that's hotel market.
So it's like 300.
So let's just call it 200 to 300, but I'll say 200 to be conservative. There's 200. Then you got transportation. We're taking coach bus to and back from Olean. It's like a couple hours from Buffalo, New York, from Niagara to Olean. All transportation, bus shuttle, everything. You're looking at probably how much?
Like another 100.
Yeah, it's total. We'll call it 700 to 800 total. That includes paperwork, meetings, everything, like everything. Okay. What haven't we put in yet? Hotel room. Oh, that we did the plane.
Oh.
What's a hotel cost?
Like 200.
Yeah. Even if you get a discount, it's 100. How many nights? Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
Tuesday night.
So you're talking easily $1,000 expense, okay? And you guys can relate to this, like SE2 when you pay for a conference. So it's $1,000 expense. Bus transfers, everything. Okay? So here's how it works, and we made it really easy. All you have to do is sell at a homemaker. It doesn't matter. No substitutions. It has to be homemaker plus 8. It can be in Pearl or it can be in Classic. That you have options on. Okay. Also, it says here, due to extra costs involved, the conference cost is $1,100 exactly. So we were close, $1,100. Due to the cost of the conference for this event, we're pleased to offer the following payment. You sell one homemaker plus 8 at full price, which is $1,212 in any color or block, by the way, with a maximum of 210 bonus points. So you can use the bonus points to sell it of your choosing, and the company will forego paying your commission on the order as payment for the conference.
Oh,
So for example, who is at most of your roughly 10%? What's your commission at 10%? 30. 30, okay. So at 12, what would your commission be roughly?
$300.
Right? So your commission would have been how much?
300.
300. How much is the trip?
Okay.
You guys see the value, what I'm saying? Okay.
Do we have to pay the 300?
So here's how it works. When you sell this, you do not, okay, to make sure this order is processed correctly, in special instructions, write down Olean homemaker. Do not Rolo that homemaker. If you Rolo it, you will get commission and it won't pay for your trip. So when you sell your Olean homemaker, post it on the WhatsApp. Just sold my Olean homemaker, and talk to your manager. They'll teach you how to write up an order form for it. You put down Olean homemaker in the special instructions. Okay? Now watch. This is really important so you understand how this works. This is how we've made it really easy for you to get to the trip. From the time you sign up, and we're going to do sign-ups during the break right now. From the time you sign up, your commissions account will be charged weekly until you either sell the homemaker or you have paid for the trip in full. Okay. Again, they're going to charge your account weekly, in small installments, and it's as little as $50 a week. It's about $50 a week. They're going to charge your account weekly until either you get to $1,100 or the moment you sell that homemaker. So let's say you've been charged $50 a week. Let's say it's been 4 weeks. That's 50 times 4. 200. So weekly, you've had 50 taken out. You've got $200 that's been taken out. Let's say you sell the homemaker. You process it, Olean special homemaker. They will put the $200 back into your account, and you're going to Olean. Everything's paid for. Or if for some odd reason you don't sell the homemaker, you're covered because you will have paid for the homemaker, and you have the option to take the homemaker, and now you have a home. You paid for it, but you have a homemaker plus 8. But what can you do with the homemaker plus 8? Sell it and just get the cash back. Either way.
Okay, and then there's also a third option, which we'll get to if we get to that option later on if you haven't sold your homemaker. Okay, some of you know about that. Okay, so it says if you haven't sold your homemaker or cleared your account by December 26th, so the day after Christmas, you'll be credited $250 instead of receiving a homemaker. So that works. So if you haven't sold the home, meaning if you haven't sold the homemaker plus say between now and Christmas, the company's like, "Oh, you're not selling it. We'll just give you a $250 credit for whatever was charged to your account." So far, so good. Any questions? And NLG and districts, I'm going to need some feedback in a second. Approximately 5 weeks before the conference, the region will be purchasing flights for the attendees. So probably towards the end of the second week of October. Okay, second week of October, right around the time we have our prep in October 15th. The region will be purchasing flights for attendees. Should you cancel after a flight has already been purchased for you, your commission account will be charged the amount for the flight, at least. Okay, that really doesn't happen often because if you're in TLA, you're invited to the conference, right?
You go to the Mecca from TLA.
Yeah, that's right. You go to the Mecca. That's right. And there's the cancellation process. So here's how the payments work. If you get these payments in for this week, I would start it now. Who can tell me from next level why it's important to get the charges started now? Even if you haven't sold in a couple of days or weeks, it's really important.
It just creates urgency.
It creates urgency.
Decision train.
Yeah.
Decision train, but no, even more than that.
Smaller thing.
It's smaller
Yeah,
payment.
smaller
It's
too.
smaller deductions. We're gonna get people. We're gonna sign up during the break. If you have any issues, you talk to Karina, Luke, or any of the senior managers. September 7th, it'll be $50 a week. If you wait another week, it goes up $2, $5, and $7 from there. Okay, and the last possible deadline to sign up is October 17th. Feedback from next level on how to really maximize the trip. Oh, one more thing. I'm sorry. So it makes sense if you're trying to sell a homemaker to pay for your trip. What should you do? Promote it. So this is in your file. It is a handout you'll print out, and now you can talk about the Olean homemaker. What's another product we used to sell to go to the conference? Remember you talk about table knives. Oh, Mrs. Jones, oh, you like the table knives? You know what? Instead of buying it through the company, you can buy it from me, and I'll save you the shipping and the tax. When I get back from my conference, you will have helped me pay for my conference, and I'll give you the product live. Same thing with the homemaker. So you'll just print this out and put this into your blue book. It's already in your files. Any questions? Okay, last thing. Getting out. I know you don't use double negatives. Not making it is not an option. Triple.
Not making
Yeah, not making it.
Yeah. School is not a reason why you can't make it, because I can tell you right now, this is my 14th time doing this. There's not a single professor or class we can't get you out of, either by you talking to them specifically, 2, using this simple letter that you customize, or 3, one of our managers talks to them. Okay? So I'm giving you the letter now, and next level you can help in a second on how to get out for the Olean trip. It doesn't matter what you're in. I'll give you the worst. Division I athletes. You can't get out of Division I sports to go. We've gotten Division I athletes to get out, approved, by the way, not like you lose your scholarship, as in like, oh, eligible, yeah, sure, no problem. We talked to your division manager. We get it. We understand. Of course, we wouldn't jeopardize your work opportunities because, 30 is not the new 20, sir. If I would say that. Okay? Really important. Any questions? Okay, so questions, then we'll go comments from the next level group, and then we'll take a break. We'll get people signed up and registered. We can always unregister you, but we want to get signed up now so we can have a kind of a head count. Okay? Question?
What about in terms of exams and stuff like that?
Yeah, exams. Who can talk about that?
Myself, I had 2 finals, and if you already know your syllabus, you have the syllabus set, you already have your schedule for exam set. Now those very rarely vary. So start talking to your professors now. I got out of my finals. I ended up taking one afterwards and one before.
Right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put action steps on how to get out of the class in a second. So next level group, comments, thoughts on just making it easier for the process and or questions. We'll go, yes, sir. Sure. Yeah, we'll talk about that one-on-one. If you're not 18, we'll talk about it one-on-one.
Are those just wrong?
Oh, you can. It's its own Word document. This is last. This is last. Yeah. This is last year's letter. You just changed that.
So from this year, it's from the 12th to the 15th.
12th to the 15th.
Fly back to 15th or fly back?
We file back on Tuesday the 15th. Okay. But if we need to, there's some people that fly back late Monday night. You probably don't want to do that though, because then you miss the banquet. But we can work anything out. Yeah, good question.
You really only miss Monday because Tuesday they fly you out like at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. or something.
Yeah.
So you're back Tuesday.
Yeah, if you have a requirement where I absolutely need to be back in time for class on Tuesday, they'll get you the crack of dawn early flight, no problem.
We're just meeting up in one airport, correct?
It's whatever you put as your preference.
Yeah, you put it on your preference. They'll fly you from wherever you.
Yeah, when you sign up, you'll see. It'll tell you what's your number one choice airport, number two choice
Nice,
airport.
right?
So if you're in Tallahassee, you'd fly to the closest airport. If you're here, you fly to the closest airport. If you're in Georgia, you fly out of Atlanta. Okay, next level group. Other comments or feedback, either on just, I guess, value of the conference and the event, or easiest ways to get the finals, or easy way to sell the homemaker. Any of the few. Gavin.
Yeah, you really need to go. I mean, even if, let's say you're not sure whether you want to branch yet, whatever, just go, just so you can understand how awesome a company we are so fortunate to work for. Like, this doesn't exist anywhere. It's such an amazing experience.
You'll sell more when you leave Olean.
Oh, absolutely.
Why? You always do.
You believe it.
You believe it way more because you now have seen it made, right? Like these knives. When I sold Cutco, I saw a lot more of these than you guys do. These are 19, I think 50, 52, between 1940 and 1959. These are within the first 10 years of Cutco's production. These are the old school, kind of not quite lamb wedge lock grip. This is before double D edge. But I just bought this on eBay because I'm going to refurbish them and I'm going to use them in training to show how great they still are and how the products still work. Okay. Districts I have encouraged that. Other takeaways? Yes.
Just making sure you print out that document from now and just showing it to all your professors. That way they, the earlier the better.
Yeah, we're gonna do a whole exercise. If you have comments on getting out, we'll do that next. Other.
This also improves your business because not only do you have belief in the product, but you also, when you go into a demo, you're the most knowledgeable person there about the product, and this only makes you even more knowledgeable.
Yep. And the one part we didn't speak about, to Soleil's point, making you better, is that the best of the best are here speaking to all the TLA members. So, for example, how many of you really respected and got a lot from Matt King's closing talk? Do you guys remember that talk? Yeah. So Matt King's going to give not a closing talk, but a management talk equal to the closing talk to all the TLA members. I'm going to give my patented talk. I mean, we all have our division managers give our patented messages to all the TLA. And it's just so awesome to say, all right, I'm part of the FC TLA, but now I'm at the corporate event for all the entire Eastern region. The two of you kind of get a better idea because you went to that corporate event. What was that like when you met DMCs from all the East Coast?
It was awesome. Totally amazing.
Yeah. I might be overhyping it, but you feel like a big dog business person, right? You're like, hey, I'm going to a business meeting. And it's cool to say, Professor, I have to leave. Why? Because my company's flying me out VIP to a corporate event at the facility in New York. Because I'm one of only a small percentage of people of the entire corporate recruiting class, meaning, let me say the different terms. I am one of a small percentage group of people who've earned a spot of thousands of college students who've been recruited with this company to enter into a program called TLA. And my opportunity, if I finish it properly, is next summer I get a chance to run an entrepreneurial internship where I'll have the opportunity to run a real life business, which will improve my business skills. And here's why I'm using it for my future pre-med major. And this is an event where I can continue to earn my spot for that. It's part of the corporate training program. And I've been asked and been invited to attend this event and I'm going to be flown VIP. I'm really excited to meet the CEO and chairman of the board of the company. I'm going to visit the company plant. Our 6 executive division managers and our executive region managers there will be providing training and a high-powered networking event. And I'm really excited to further my career with the company. Not, I'm going up there for lasagna and party in Canada. What? I wouldn't say it that way. I'm sorry. Canada, eh?
I like to say it's like the SC2 for managers.
Yeah.
So like Soleil said, it's like the equivalent of SC2, like what you learn in rep life, but now you get management talks, which at least for me personally are that.
Yep. And here's the badge of honor. Here's the badge of honor. I'll kind of wrap things up. The badge of honor is who are the fastest people to sell their Olean homemaker. Badge of honor is who can get to start up to $1,000 the fastest, so you're on pace. Badge of honor is who can get their letter of intent in, but genuinely. And the 4th badge of honor is who that gets out of class. I said that already. Right?
Yeah.
Gets out of class, gets to start up. Oh, I'm sorry, has a great push performance, right, for the Olean push. That's the badge of honor. You do that. Ready? If you've been in next level, or you've been in Cutco TLA before, raise your hand. If I show up to Olean, I get out of finals, even though most average college students, you can't get out of finals. It's set in stone. I mean, the professor said. You get out of finals, you show up to Olean, you're over $1,000 in startup, you have a letter of intent, and you get recognized by the chairman of the board, and you have a good push. What happens to those people usually?
They branch.
Well, besides that, they branch.
Oh.
But they're the best performers. Right? So out of class. Action step number 1.
Get involved.
What's that?
Get involved in class.
Okay. Yes.
They'll like you more.
Get involved in class, meaning participate, meaning when asked questions, be someone they remember, be a point person. Oh, Diego, yeah, I remember you. You keep participating. I remember. Thank you. Second step.
One thing that I do, regardless, every semester is go talk to your professor during office hours during the first 2 weeks of school. Just introduce yourself, say either why you're excited for the class or something you look forward to learn. Drop TLA a little bit. I mean, you could just mention a little, hey, here's what I did this summer, something like that. It makes your life so much easier, whether it's getting out for Olean or just if you have an 89 in the class and they're going to bump you up to an A. You know, just talking to your professor at the beginning of the professor, that's just a pro tip.
True story. The nerdy pre-med major that was doing Cutco. The group, the honors program I was in, it's called Science and Technology and Society, STS. And in order to graduate, in order to get credits, you needed to have a project that was related to science, technology, and society. And I just didn't have time. I'm going to run a branch office, and I frankly didn't want to do that project. So I went to the professor, Professor Clavan, and I explained to him how the 440A steel and going to the factory and how I was learning the dynamics of the 440A steel, the tempering and the heat process, all that was technology. And that it should really, really be allowed to count. My Cutco knife sealing job should count for that. He laughed at me and said, "This is ridiculous. Do you think this should count?" I said, "Absolutely." He goes, "Only because I like you." Sure. 12 credits, didn't have to do a project. 12 credits I got. 12 credits. I got 12 credits. He said, "Sure." And I got my honors certificate for that class. And I counted science technologists. I had other people, they had to go to engineering firms and spend hours and do unpaid internships. I wrote a paper. Nowadays, I would have just showed them the Modern Marvels video, and that would have been it. But I wrote a 2-page paper on the 440 steel. I just copied the manufacturing part of the training manual. I didn't plagiarize. I said, "This is from our Cutco training manual." And he said, "Oh, it's perfect science." He goes, "Science to it looks like science to me." He said, "Looks like it fits to me, Jeff." I'm like, "Thanks, Dr. Klavanicus. Thanks, Jeff." Right? So drop seeds about TLA and branch. So I'll review this. Ready? So get involved in class. Go visit office hours. Tell them why you're excited about the class. Drop seeds. Build rapport. Go figure. With an adult. Go figure. With probably a Mac. Go figure. Use your skills from the summer. Everything's negotiable. Or at least the attempt to negotiate is always available. Okay? Next step. You have to perform in class. You can't have failing grades. You have to perform in class. Doesn't mean you have to have straight A's. Perfect 4.0. Alex will. I did. I did it until that one endocrinology class. Okay? Other steps beyond that. These are the early steps. Next level. Please, sure. What do you think?
Oh, just consistency with your professor. Sit in the front of class. Make sure you're taking notes.
Yeah. Get involved the same way. Exactly.
Constant reminders as it gets closer.
Yep. As it gets closer, this TLA branch gets more and more in detail.
So that means you have to revisit office hours again.
Yeah. If I were a student nowadays, I would crush it. I would visit. I would have it in my schedule when to visit every professor every other week. I would have a great relationship. I would know Dr. Bagat. Anyone know Dr. Bagat?
I don't know.
Inside joke. Yes, sir.
Oh, I was gonna say, if you have your planner with you, it made it like infinitely easier having everything already planned out and written down.
That's right. And make sure you sell the homemaker. Got it? Okay. It is now 5 o'clock. We are going to take a 10-minute break. In the meantime, I need you to speak. Let's do this. Karina will be in charge of one. We're going to go to Vector Connect, and we're going to get you guys all signed up. If you have any specific situations on Olean, but just get signed up now. We can always undo it if something happens, but just get signed up now. Gavin, can I get you to be a point man to sign people up? We need a third. David, can we have you? We have you need one of the computers back there. Luke, have you sign people up for the conference? So make sure you get signed up. I either need you to have signed up or talk to one of those 4 as to why you can't, and we'll talk about it. Okay? I'm okay with you not signing up if you discuss with them and we end up getting a conversation. So Karina, raise your hand in the back.
Is this through our account or their account?
They can log on theirs. They log on their own. If you're 17, hold off. If you're 17, hold off, and I got to figure out how we're going to get approval for that. I got to talk to Scott. So if you're 17, just hold off. And if you're 17, tell Karina. She'll blink the list. Cool. So let's take 10 minutes, everybody. Let's take 10.
Got you.
I forgot this was You take a picture and post this on the WhatsApp for TLA, please.
Of course.
Get involved. Office hours. Why you're excited for the class. Drop seats for TLA. Perform a class, and then use the letter. Hold on. One more.
You came over. And then I got like, where's the other one?
Jeff, if you need the letter, we just send you an email, right?
That's in your files.
Oh, you send the files?
Oh, no.
We discussed this at SC3, so let's talk about the interview. What were some first years only? What were some of the takeaways from SC3 in regards to the interview, what it is, how it works, the objectives, and so forth? Yes.
The interview is pretty formal, I guess, at the beginning. Like it's a lot about the professionalism. Like basically, like we're all really young. I guess it's like acting so much older than that.
Yeah, I mean, you're really presenting yourself in a professional fashion to peers. You'll be interviewing people older than you, no problem. Until you get to that age like me, where now it's always younger. But for the most part, most of my Cutco career has been interviewing peers. And then as I got out of college, interviewing people close to my age. And then not until recently, probably the last 5, 7 to 10 years, I consider myself way older than most of the applicants. Until the year where I say when I started, and some of you were born in 1997. That's when I'm like, okay. Okay. What else? Overall themes that you learned about the interview from SC3 on mainland. How about next level? Overall general thoughts, Gavin, on the interview, what it is, what it serves.
It's not the words, it's about the music.
Okay. But it's also about the words, because if you don't know the words, the music sucks.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure. It's your Cutco demo. It's the equivalent to your demo.
Yeah, the demo to a sales rep is equivalent to this interview to a manager. Okay. Keep in mind, and I'm going to break this down. David's going to go through the objectives. There's 3 portions to the interview. There's a pre-screen, there's a group interview, and then there's the post. And David's going to cover the objectives. What are the objectives of the pre? We covered this also the weekly prep last week that I ran. What are the objectives of the group interview? What are the objectives of the post? You should know this already. If not, watch the first TLA prep 2 Wednesdays ago. It's on YouTube. David's going to go through the individual sections of what the objectives are. You have it on document. I'm just going to do my part now. Karina has videotaped every section of the interview. She ran it live. So it's on the FC YouTube page. All you have to do is type my full name, Jeffrey Gamboa, look for the FC logo. Everything I talk about is on that YouTube page. So if you want to study just the company page, you'll see Karina interview company. You can watch that as much as you want. Who remembers this from the prep? In order to truly understand something, you don't want to memorize. Right? Yeah, we don't want to memorize anything. What are we doing? Internalizing. And there are 2 ways to internalize. You need to know the objectives, which is what David's going to do, and then what? Repetition. Which is what? Practice, role play, drill for skill. Okay. The script for the whole interview. Grace is going to email out for Puerto Rico, for Spanish script. For mainland, the script is now emailed out. Just because you have the script doesn't mean you know it. So it's going to take a lot of practice. The way that you learn the interview takes about 7 to 11 times before you really understand the interview. And there's a reason, because there's about between 7 and 11 sections before you really understand it. Videos and live are the only way to learn it. You cannot learn the interview just by reading the script, because then you're really just memorizing. Okay. Number 2, everyone here in FC, if you're on pace with management, will run your first interview by late October, worst case, mid-November. Meaning just before or just after the Olean push and the Olean trip is when you run your first. You are the manager for the day. Hi, my name is Jeff Gamboa. Nice to meet you. Okay, I'll be running your interview today. You want to come and grab a seat? Like no manager there, nothing. It's all you. A players, some of you, if you really want to make a statement, ask how you can get an early interview. For a very select few, we'll give you a chance to run your first interview first week of October when we're in Arizona for our district manager national conference. Okay. 3rd philosophy. If you really want to master the interview, here's the really weird way to explain it. Just go to your manager, say, all right, give me a date. And that's when you're running it. That's how you learn the interview. Number 2, your first one is always terrible. That's why we don't watch the first one ever. We never, ever watch the first one. And we give you a small amount of people. We don't schedule a lot of people for that interview on purpose. Okay. So like, remember you started running your interviews. Were you the Friday interview person? When did you run interviews?
It was November.
November. Yeah, I remember that. A players though, we do have a few spots, not a lot, but like probably a handful of people that can run interviews first week of October. The best way to do it, whether you're watching the video, because maybe you don't have access to an office, number one way is to go to a live office and watch. Number two, watch the video. That's what we have if you can't make it to an office. Every week you should have observation time. You should have two things in your schedule every week. Number one is role play session on Sunday. Right? You guys are familiar with that. Either 4 o'clock or 6 o'clock, one of those two. And then your time to either watch the video. I'm okay with you watching your video if you get your work done. You don't have to come in if you get it on your own. Or coming to an office live to see Karina, Antoine, looking at people who've run interviews before. The best way to run it, though, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I covered this 2 weeks ago. 9 different times you watch the interview. The first time, you watch the pre-screen, and that's the one you're really going to follow with the script and really take notes on. And then the rest you just observe and follow along. In the second interview, the intro is the one you're really going to focus on, but you watch the whole interview. So then after 9 interviews, you've watched 9 full with the script, but each one you focused on a different section. And then after 9, should be good to go. And then the completely other way to do it, I think that's how we trained you, is, hey, David, this is when you're running it. Here's a script. See you on that date. And watch the videos on your own. That's how you did it, right? When did you run your first interview? In a month? Yeah, within a month. Who here ran their first interview within a month, month and a half? A couple of you. 2 months? Most of you. Okay. So the reason I have David run this portion of prep is because he's not too far distant from being a first year. I mean, he was a first year 2 cycles ago. Now he's a district manager, or having run 2 summers, and now he's the new pilot sales manager. And I can tell you, David is one of the best students in our division at learning new programs. And he understands, okay, I might not be good at it, but I'm going to learn the objectives. I'm going to practice it and do it a lot. And there you go. What's the saying? What's the fastest way? How do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice, practice, practice. You just got to play. And that's what David's known for. So I expect full attention and energy. Let's give a big round of applause for our new pilot sales manager, Mr. David Delgado. David, you're up. And then virtual, you'll follow along on this sheet, which is the objectives of the interview. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, guys. All right, how's everyone doing? So, great to be in front of all of you. Officially here back home. This is the pilot office where I started off, where I learned, where I interviewed, and where I came in. I still remember getting scheduled for an interview, coming in. It was the middle of my finals. I had a final the day before my interview, and I had a final after my interview. I was actually a 2-week cycle. Right? It's not the preferred method of coming into training. We usually want to schedule somebody for that same week, but I literally had finals the days of training, so I had no choice. But I remember coming in, and the interview, as with a few of you that I was spoken to, it doesn't start at the pre-screen, right? From the moment I'm greeting the person, I'm already interviewing them, right? From the way I'm setting the tone with them, from the way I greet them, and we already had the handshaking class by Mr. Jeff Gamboa during SE3, right? That's where I'm going to already start seeing who I'm going to be keeping, right? Now, another thing that I'm going to be talking about is, of course, through the objectives, is how are we going to take these objectives and truly internalize them, all right? So, pre-screen. How many of you, most of you already did your drill for school, right? Went over it, and we've given you a little bit of feedback on how you're supposed to do your pre-screen. So what am I doing with the pre-screen? What are, like it says, because I could go over there and we could read them out, but what are some, just from what you remember from your interview itself, what was the objective of that pre-screen? What were we doing with you guys?
It's a screening process. You just want to see who's qualified for the second interview.
Yes. Here our jobs as managers is to recruit as many people as we can to participate with our program. But at the same time, we also want to make sure that we are getting the best quality possible. One of the things that you'll learn later on with your office, when you're opening up your office, you want to have the best quality right away. Because good quality people, sharp people such as yourselves will attract other sharp people. So this is what we're going to be doing throughout the pre-screen. So what are we going to do, of course? Like it says right there, we're going to explain the process. We're going to establish what we're going to be doing with the people. Right? Like Jeff's talk on creating a speech. What are we going to say? What was the 3 parts to the speech? It's
Tell them, and then tell them what you just told them.
All right, good. So how does a pre-screen start? So come on in, have a seat. Right? Directions were okay for you today. Coming from what area? And so and then what is my tone of voice through all that? All right. How is my tone of voice throughout this whole period? Yeah. Right. You got to remember that our interview process is not a demo. Right? We're not talking to clients. We're not talking to people. We're not trying to be hype. We're not trying to, how do I put it, sell them on the, hey, Mrs. Jones, this is a great product. We're trying to establish, hey, this person is coming in for a job. We're the employers, and how would you expect to be treated when you're going in for an interview? Right? You're going in, you're a little bit nervous, and that's perfectly fine. Right? You're a little bit nervous, you want to make the best impression, and we want to take them as well. Right? You want to have that firm establishment in front of the person, in front of the people. You want to shake their hands firmly, greet them, come on in.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Yes. How many of you have already seen a pre-screen? Okay, so this is Karina's talk. So what David's doing is actually what Karina's going to talk about next.
Yeah.
David, if you could just talk about the objectives of each section.
Okay.
Just remember, the biggest point he's hitting, which he's doing a good job of, is don't try to sell. It's already awesome here. Don't try to, hey, Cheyenne, you're accepted to this job. Oh boy. And I might sound cheesy how I'm saying it, but that's how some people come across when you're trying too hard to recruit people. I think some of you had Sam Latrico watch you and feedback, but sometimes we're trying to get people. No, we're good. Our program is awesome. Stick to the objectives, run a professional interview, and go from there. So, David, I want you to go through with the document. Just what's the objective of every single section? It shouldn't take more than 15 minutes.
So, with the pre-screen, what are we doing right here? Just how could we summarize the pre-screen up? Right? We have to explain the process. We're going to clarify what we're going to do. We're going to ask them, hey, come on in. We're going to qualify them and build a brief report with them. So what are we doing? This is just, yeah, this is a screening out process. Screening in/out. Quite simple. Right? Once we accept them for the second part of the interview, right? We want the people who you accept for the second part of the interview are the people that we really want to actually bring onto the team. So with the group process, with the group interview, how many sections are there? We have our introduction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sections. So we're starting with the introduction. And what is the introduction doing here with us?
Building credibility. Building credibility.
All right. In who?
Us.
Yes. Right. You're setting, like it says, it's setting the tone and once again clarifying the process. Once again, I'm about to tell them what's going to happen throughout the 60-minute process. So, like it says there, I'm going to just set the tone. I'm going to take authority on what's going to happen. I'm going to establish them. I'm going to sit them down. And of course, I'm going to clarify what I'm going to be covering with them today. If they have any questions, at the end, we'll be able to answer. But I'm sure I'm going to be able to answer all those questions while I'm covering the different topics. Okay. Now, moving on to the company. Now, what are we establishing credibility of? Of course, right? Here's where we start talking about our company when it's been set up, when it was started.
How much we sell.
Mm-hmm. And explaining, like it says right there, explaining who we are. So this is.
I think the most effective way to take from what David's going is take the notes onto your actual outline. That's why you're taking into your notebook, that's fine. Because clearly David can just read the outline to you, but there are little things that he's adding on that are really important for everyone here.
And who we are. No, just like we explained to Mrs. Jones, hey, Mrs. Jones, yeah, we're a company that's been around since 1949. We have sold over $200 million annually. Why do we say this also to the interviewees? Just like we are trying to tell Mrs. Jones we're not a fly-by-night company, we're also telling the people who we're interviewing we're not fly-by-night either. All right. After we talk about after we briefly talk about the company as well, then we're actually going into the products. All right. Now this is not a full product demo, but it is like a mini version of the demo itself. All right, we're gonna show this is where we'll remember the very first thing that we did with you guys when we interviewed you. What's the very first thing that we pull out? Yeah, the super shears. We're gonna cut the penny in front of you guys as well, right? And then What else do we do?
Leather rope.
Leather rope. Absolutely. Very simple. And what is this? What are they? How is their reaction going to be throughout this? Right. So this really gives them their wow factor on our products. That our products end up speaking for themselves. So there we go. Product / market here. Okay. So after we talk about the product, the marketing section, what are we talking to them about? We're going to now introduce to them that we have a market advantage, a market niche. Right? It literally states that. And we are focusing on whom? On the best qualified people. That's the very first time they actually hear who we have our parameters of targeting. Right? Like anybody has a target market, any industry, we also have a target market of who we work with, of who our representatives work with. And what's our target market?
Max.
Max, right? We don't say max in the interview process, but what do we say?
30 to 60 year old.
30 or 60-year-old. Absolutely. So we're also establishing not just this credibility and present with the products, we're explaining them who we work with. As well as how we're going to get our target market. And what do we share with that? How do we work? What do we do to get our target market? We start with people who we know.
Yeah, it's
right?
personal reference.
Yeah, so we talk to them about how we work on a referral basis. And we also create to give them an example of how we generate those leads, right? We have the example of getting recommended to 5 to 10 people. Since we already target people who are 30 to 60 year olds and married, do you think it'd be difficult to get recommended to 5 to 10? Right. So a typical average wedding, how many people would go to? How many people attend? A couple hundred at least. So is 5 to 10 very difficult? Not at all, right? And also and for people who are from out of state, a lot of us have gone out away from college, and a lot of people have come in from college, right? So what do we also share with them? The fact that not only do they have to have people, not only can they work with us if they only know people who are local, we also have the ability of reaching out to their people via the virtual demo. Okay, so we definitely show them how our job works, how we're able to market ourselves, and how we're not limited to just people who are local to us. Then from there, we go into a very important section. Sales progress. Okay. So sales progression. All right. So here's. Okay, you set it up a little bit different than what it's here.
Hey.
Mm-hmm. So we already do it. So before we get to the pay, we also have the training section. I'm going to reverse this a little bit. All right. Then we go into our pay section. And this is important. All right. This is very important. Everyone wants to know how they get paid. And the very first thing is we have told them that we have a guaranteed rate of pay now based on sales and commissions. And now we have a 2-part pay program. So what are we going to explain to them here is particularly that base pay. Once we get to the training, we're going to explain to them a lot more how they're going to be earning a lot more. But in this process, we really want to establish the credibility in the base pay and the fact that they are working and they're guaranteed to earn money just because they're working with us. Right? We have the parameters. We do explain that as well, right? Which is the only conditions you get. And here in this office, it's $15 base pay. So any representatives who does 10 demos or more, 10 demos, that's guaranteed 150, right? 15 and 20 as well. So we want to make sure they understand how they understand who we sell to, and how they're going to get paid. And people who are more likely to see this as an actual job. As the job, and not just, oh, I'm afraid to take that because they only work via commissions. Right? A lot of people don't like the, oh, I'm not sure if this is a stable enough job. So what do we promote to them? Our base pay, our guaranteed rate of pay. That should they work, they're guaranteed to earn money. Now, the reason we have a great pay program is because of our training, right? And this is how we learn and how we're going to start to work. How we learn. How we learn our job. Most people haven't had an experience in sales positions before. Right? We work with a lot of young 17, 18-year-old students, graduated from high school, young college students, first year, second year, with very limited job experiences. How many of you was this perhaps your first job? Wow, several. All right. So did you have a lot? So clearly not having a lot of job experiences, was it a more did it actually make more sense that we're going to train you to do a good job with us? Right, so we're going to explain to them that we have a 3-part training program. Right, what's the first part is the 3-day initial training in the office. Right, which the first day we cover what? We talk about that we're going to cover.
Product.
Yeah, we're going to cover the products. Second day we're going to cover their schedule and how they also are going to talk to the clients to set up their first demos. And the third day, of course, they do a general summary and then immediately go into their first training appointments, which we have established who do they start their first training appointments with? Friends and family. All right, we're going to make it see to them that we're going to set them up for success right away to be able to hit those first promotions. We're going to guarantee their pay, but we're going to also help them hit their first promotions to get them earning a lot more money right away. Okay, and of course we're going to establish even more credibility with our training. That our training has been recognized. We've been featured in articles such as the Wall Street Journal, a lot of colleges, NC State, LSU, Purdue. They want to establish that credibility in the training because they can even gain certain colleges, should they attend, we'll even give them college credits for doing our training, right? As well as scholarship opportunities. Now, once we talk about all the position and once they are secure in what the job is going to be, now we also want to track them to what are some of the perks, what are the benefits, right? Very first thing is we're going to once again go over the fact that we have a great rate of pay. We are going to be loaning them out a sample kit, right? We're going to establish that they're not going to be paying for anything. There's not a pay to start working with us. We're going to also talk about promotion abilities and how they could quickly progress through us and how they can also have a vision to be able to grow and gain more experience working with our company as well. And one of the most important parts of this is going to be the team. Right. The perks, the team. Well, first, if we put it in order. Hello, right? So if we're going to put it in order here, we're first going to talk about sample. Right. And this will break down to the fact that they are going to get a kit that they're going to be able to have on loan, that the pay is going to be great, right? Once again, we're reassuring them of their base pay, but also the potential to be able to earn a lot more money, right? Because we're going to train them up. The fact that they can actually grow and improve with the company. A lot of people go into, and we're going to tell them how so many college students don't have the opportunity to have a great opportunity and experience. I forgot that. Promotions / experience. And then, of course, we're going to promote the team. We're going to start creating the vision of what they're going to be able to do and accomplish with the office that they're joining. Whether it's here, like, for example, here in the pilot, and why it's awesome for them to start working here in the pilot in our flagship office for the Florida Caribbean Division, or versus your team in South Miami, how it's the fastest growing district office in the entire division. Yes. It truly is. Somi has been killing it. All right. Yes, I know you guys take a lot of pride in. take a lot of pride. So this is where you're actually going to, once again, we're going to establish, right? Tell them what we're going to tell them. We're going to tell them all the parts of the job. And guess what this perks section is again? Tell them what I told them.
Okay.
Particularly with the team section, right? Where we're going to actually establish that credibility within our own team, our own office, and start building that vision for them to be actually to want to be part of this, to want to be part of our team. And why shouldn't they? Right? Why shouldn't they want to be part of Sophie's squad or the pilot office? Right? Or in your case, when you launch as a branch, or if you're an assistant manager, why they should also be part of your office and help you build that office as well. Okay, and then of course the closing part, we're always looking to build a team. We're always looking to gain more people coming into our office, and of course that's where we come. And remember, you guys filled out some extra names on the back of your sheets, right? What was that? We're getting your first personal recruits, your first PRs, and that's a very first step in how we're going to start recruiting and gaining even more people. Because when it comes to the running an office, you're going to hear later on that, you know, with you guys as reps, when things get rough with demos, you're going to make more calls and more demos. But with an office, we're always looking to recruit. And with when you're an office manager, we like to say it's Rita is the answer. Recruiting is the answer. Okay? All right, guys, so it's very quick. That way, the reason I printed this out is that so you guys can at least have something in hand. Always know what your objectives are. If you know what your objectives are, you're going to make sure that you're going to be training to those process, to that level, and also be able to truly explain what each of these steps are going to be for during your interviews. Okay? And now I'm going to leave you with Karina to actually talk to you about how to run your interview.
Is anyone a little bit nervous about running an interview? I was terrified. I remember I was terrified. My first interview was a one-on-one interview, and I remember I was like, then the question was, you guys don't know this yet, but there's a question is, why do you think we run this in a group? And there was no group. So I was like, so why do you think we normally run this in a group? But there's only one of you. Like as soon as I said it, I regretted it. So anyway, I'm going to talk to you guys about more so just objectives in terms of how you are as a public speaker in the interview portion. And all you really have to do is just run more interviews. And as soon as you run more interviews, you'll learn it. The more you practice, the more you learn the words. We definitely won't watch your first. We probably won't even watch your second. If you feel good enough.
Sorry.
Okay, cool. I remember Eldrick Clapp recruited his college football friends to go to his house, and he ran an interview for them. How many interviews did you run by yourself before I watched you? I think like 6. Yeah. And he ran like half of those in his home. Did you interview your mom? I think you interviewed his mom. His grandma fell asleep in his interview. Engaging with them. Yeah, she qualified. So anyway, I watched his third one. I remember because he had done a lot of practice. If you're in my office, I'm going to watch your 4th interview because at that point you kind of got the hang of it, and then you won't be perfect at all, probably at least till maybe your 8th or 10th interview. Not even at that point.
Maybe your 80th.
So a few things. I'm going to teach you more so what you need to be doing as a recruiter, how you need to sound, how you need to look, how you need to dress, what you need to say, and not really what you're saying, but more so what how you say it, right? So the first thing you want to write down is setup. Setup. How should the office look? Impeccable. Impeccable is the why did you have to say that? Impeccable is the right answer. There should be 0 pennies that are cut on the floor. If you ever run an interview in my office, and if I go to run one and I see a penny on the floor, you will have hell to pay, because that is worse. Because then, you know, the whole thing is ruined, and they say, you're going to cut a penny, and like, what's the whole point? So, should be no pennies on the floor. Should be no, you know, when people like rip out a sheet of paper from their notebook and like the little, yeah, on the floor, there should be 0 of that. You want to vacuum, go around, like pick a couple things up. Make sure the chairs are perfectly aligned. If you have magazines, make sure that they're spread out, not just all stacked in their one corner. What else do you think goes into setup besides cleanliness? The music, right? You don't want to go into a Cutco rave. Okay. You want calm music. I recommend to get a CD or a certain playlist. For the first couple summers in our office, we have the interview CD that has the trivia and that has like elevator type music. That's fine. I just wanted to shoot myself after a while hearing that day in and day out. So I just created another playlist. But you want to have like, a calm environment, if you will. What else adds to the setup in regards to an applicant? Put yourself in an applicant's shoes. How did you feel when you walked in? Nervous, right? And then raise your hand if you were confused going into your interview. I was super confused. I remember I walked in and just on their end, they're just like, what's happening? Where do I go? Who do I meet with? What do I say, right? So you want to have someone available to greet, right? So you want to have a greeter available. Ideally, you have a second man, so there shouldn't be one person alone. You should have someone else with you, and someone greets them and guides them to the application process. You don't want to be weird and like hover next to them while they're filling out their stuff. It's like the person's right here, and you're just like watching them write their name down. It's just strange. So give them their space, but as soon as they're done, you want to stand a comfortable distance away. Walk them, and kind of guide them to the interview room, whatever that may be in your respective office. All right, so the setup is very important. The pre-screen, David pretty much hit the nail on the head there. In general, what should your demeanor be in the pre-screen?
Unimpressed.
Unimpressed. Sometimes you need to be intimidating. Sometimes if you're intimidating, you might scare a few people. So I think if you're intimidating or not, I mean, I'd rather you tone it down than having to tone it up. For me, it was very difficult for me to be intimidating. I'm just a very nice person, and I couldn't I had to work up to that, right? So if you already have that demeanor where you're very, very intense, that's great. You might want to tone it down depending on the applicant.
Do you mean bored though?
Bored, not necessarily bored, but just not impressed. So for example, if someone says, I don't know, give me something impressive that someone could have on their resume. I built a spaceship.
I've had
So if
multiple
someone,
sales.
I'd be like, so why do you think you'd work well with people? I built a spaceship. You'd be like, okay.
And
You don't want to say, what words do you want to not say?
Super.
Wow, awesome, cool. Lit.
Saw, dude.
Right. Okay, so you do not want to be impressed. Also, when you ask them a question, what should happen on your end when they answer that question? You should be what?
Listening.
Actually listening to them. Because sometimes you get so nervous and you get caught up and they speak, and you're like, and then like you just keep going. And you didn't catch anything of what they say, and people can tell. People can tell when you're listening or not. If you have not stood on a wellness mat, side note, please do so. I'm doing this right now.
I moved off the
Yeah. I've like veered over here, and I'm just gonna stand right over here for the rest of my message. So you want to go ahead and listen to what they're saying, of course. I'll take notes during the whole time, and some people kind of doodle. I actually do take notes on what they say, and that way I can use that, later in the post and kind of reference that. And I'll be like, I noticed when you said this about yourself that that you seem like someone I'd want to work with because of blank, right? It's actually genuine. Okay, so you actually want to listen to what they say. For the sharper applicant, it's that much more important for them to feel like they're being interviewed, right? The worst feeling is just to get a job and assume that it's just been given to you, right? Because number one, we definitely don't do that. At least for me, I'm very selective with who I choose, and I actually do take care, of who we bring onto the team. But on their end, they need to feel like they've earned it, right? Raise your hand if you just feel good once you've earned something. Right? I mean, you all earn a spot here. So that must feel good. So same thing on their end, but when they're getting a job. So they need to feel like they're being interviewed. I'm going to give you one little nugget that you can add. This is a little question you can ask. I don't really ask this for every single person because it does take time, but I do ask this for those that are a little bit sharper. And I'll say it first and then you can write it. If selected, what would you be looking to gain most out of this opportunity? Is it more income, experience, or advancement? Did you ask?
I got that.
All right, so I'll say it again. If selected, what would you be looking to gain most out of this opportunity? Income, experience, or advancement?
Or those last two words.
Income, experience, advancement. I like to see what they say. If there's only like 3 people in that interview, I mean, you have more time. So I'll be like, all right, why? I'll let them expand on that. Sometimes they do it on their own, but I like to know. And that way, it's usually here in the perks section where you end up nailing like what they're looking for, or in pay. That way you know your people. All right. So pausing always helps. You know, and then just again, you want to ask certain questions where it looks like they feel like they're being interviewed. So all of you have practiced the pre-screen. You've looked over the pre-screen. Any questions on the pre-screen? Fairly easy. Cool. That's the easiest part of the interview. Awesome. So we do have the group portion, but I'm going to add something that is pretty much scattered throughout the interview. If you want to write down group announcements. Group announcements. This isn't really about body language. It provides clarity. So clarity is a big part of the interview portion. If people are unclear, are they going to want to do the job?
Nope.
Yeah. If it's summertime and you have 20 people sitting in that room, they're wondering what the hell's going on, and you need to provide clarity. So there's different parts where you can run group announcements. This is something that Jeff taught me. Right before the group interview, right before you start, I'll say it first, then you can write it. I walk in and I say, congrats, I'm being selected for the second interview. Congrats. Why does that help you?
Selected.
It's selected, right? So they're feeling, you know, special. So congrats on being selected for the second portion of the interview. I'm going to keep looking over applications. All right, guys, stop writing. Let me just say it first, because you're not going to catch it. All right, congrats on being selected for the second portion of the interview. I'm going to keep looking over your applications in a second. They should have told you on the phone to bring a notebook and pen. If you did not bring a notebook and pen, see if you can borrow from someone next to you. If selected, you're definitely going to want to be clear on everything that I'm covering today. So I'm going to look over your resumes and applications. Definitely want to wish all of you luck. Right? So that helps start the interview because, number one, the worst thing is for someone to sit there with like their cell phone and they're like taking notes on their cell phone, you know. But you can't be mad at them because you didn't prep them enough for that. So and I don't also want the awkward start to the interview where they start shuffling papers and whatnot. I want them to do it on their own, right? So I'll say it again slower. Congrats on being selected. They should have told you on the phone to bring notebook and pen. They should have told you on the phone to bring notebook and pen. If you did not, come prepared with that. If you did not come prepared with that, see if you can borrow from someone next to you. If you did not come prepared with that, see if you can borrow from someone next to you. You don't need me to repeat so far? If selected, it's important that you're clear on what we're covering. If selected, it's important that you're clear on what we're covering. Notice how I say if selected, right? So that creates competition really in the interview.
Can you say that last one before?
If selected, it's important that you're clear on what we're covering or on what we do. I'm going to take a few moments to review your application and resumes. We'll get started soon. Good luck. And take a moment to review your resumes and applications. We'll get started soon. Good luck. The whole thing?
No, the last sentence.
I'm going to take a few moments to look over our resumes and applications. We're going to get started soon. Good luck. If you don't nail that exactly to the T, I mean, it's fine, just as long as you say something to that effect. Right? So again, provides clarity, gives them direction as to what to do. It also gives you a moment to actually review the resumes and applications. And I actually sit there and I look at my top people. If I have 10 people in front of me, I get the top 4 to 5. I'm like, all right, what are their majors? Where do they go to school? Do they have a car? Do they not have a car? What are they excited about? I learn their names. You could even do this, right? Pretend these are applications. So raise your hand if in the summer you were in an interview with at least 5 to 6 people, if not 10 plus, right? Hopefully the manager that interviewed you knew the name of every single person in that room. Because I always like to start the interview, right? Which, I'm just going to take this from you. So I'll go in. So, I might write notes like blue shirt, blue jacket, white shirt, right? And I write like little notes here, all right? And then I'll say the group announcement. Well, that way I put a name to the face. And then as I start, like I already know your name. So I'm like, all right, so we're gonna get started. Just to make sure everyone's name's memorized. We have Alex, Chelsea, Bertel. What was your name one more time?
Luke.
I messed up on purpose because he was the sharpest person in the room. So I wanted to freak him out. That I didn't really know his name.
I'm right here.
Mr. Krabs.
All right, so I'll memorize all their names except like the sharpest one.
Mr. Krabs.
Because I don't want them to get a big head, right? So anyway. So you want to take notes, and I'll put usually on the top left, wherever it's easier for you to see on the application, what they're wearing, something like that, and it just really helps you remember their names and faces and whatnot. It takes practice. Okay. So when you start, you need to know your intro. You need to know your intro. You need to know your intro. You're going to get emailed, or you should already have the handouts, the FC interview. Right? So there's that first paragraph where you're explaining what's going to happen. You can't look down at that portion. So you need to know it. Okay? So I'm not really going to talk too much about that, but the way you start, right? That firm power pose, and you can hold the script in your hands. We're going to talk about body language in a second, but you just can't look down at it. So you can tell me from SC3, what are the stances that you can take in the group portion? Right, so you have the triangle. What else? This I don't really recommend for an interview. This is fine. This is the one I do a lot. Right. Here's the thing: you're gonna be glued to your script, right? You look down at it. So pretend that this is your script. Okay. I'll give you a few things, and it might be more comfortable for others. So I recommend this, and then when you, it's so funny about it. And then when you need to look over, you can go like that, right? And then if you point like that, right? You can go like this, and then when you want to look down, right? You don't want to do this. Just like read off of it like don't ever call me Katrina. Please.
I am the manager.
Right. Do you want to go like this? Like this? I think that's pretty much it. I haven't used the script in a while, but it's either that. You could also put hand in pocket. I've been fan of the hand in pocket lately. You just do this, and then you can switch pull every once in a while.
Wow.
Wait, what?
She switched her hands.
Switched hands.
It was crazy.
Switch pockets.
Can't believe you missed
It's
it.
real. Right. You switch when it comes to the important parts. All right, so one more thing about body language. When you're looking at people, you want to turn your body to that person when you're talking to them, because if you're going like this, it just looks very strange.
Where you come
right?
from.
And you also don't want to stand in the middle and then like twist your torso that way. So you want to actually turn your body to where you're looking at, right? So it basically empowers you, and it's a strong stance. Okay.
Just like don't move your feet at all, right?
You can move your feet, and sometimes like I'll move, and I pace naturally. Like I've moved here a lot during this talk. But when but you don't want to like go back and forth very fast. You want to do it slowly. Right. So you want to. This is the biggest problem I had when I first started. You want to talk at the wall. Right. So You want to project your voice so that the entire room can hear you. I promise you, and I've stood here actually with Jeff in the back, and as he forced me, I don't know, Jeff, if you remember that, to raise my voice the entire time, and what I thought was loud was actually just normal for everybody else. And it was like the weirdest thing to me. And my normal speaking voice just wasn't loud enough. So you want to speak to the wall. That way, you're catching everybody in the room. You're going to have interviews in the summer, even in the winter break, where it's like 10, 15, 20 people in that room, and you need to catch everybody's attention. Also, when it's a part in the interview that's important, I usually like to raise my voice for that portion so that you catch everybody's attention, right? Like right now, I just elevated the crescendo, just a tap. What?
Crescendo.
There you go. So, body language is important. Projection is important. You also want to take notes. So, can I get a
Volunteer.
clipboard? Is anyone have a clipboard here? Felipe, can I borrow your clipboard real quick? So, you're going to have.
No.
Hey guys, by the way, I just started doing this summer, and it like worked like a charm. It was amazing. There's a portion in pay. I don't know if you guys remember this in the interview where it's like all of pay was put on the screen. So it was like the guaranteed pay, the career sales part, and like the percentages and whatnot. When you're newer, you tend to go faster. You don't really like pause too much. This is an easy part to pause, right? This is money tip. I started doing this summer for the first time ever, and it was huge for me. You get to pay, and you say, all right, everyone, I'm just going to put this on the board. Go ahead and write down everything so that when I explain it, you actually understand it. And I'll go ahead and take my notes as well. You put it all up, and as they're writing, you just stand there, and you go through every single person, and you just start writing notes. All right? Put it on. And you just put, has been engaged, no eye contact, not taking notes, very enthusiastic, a lot of energy, right? And then you just go through every single person, and it gives you that time to actually analyze what they're doing in the interview so that later you can address what they've been doing. Also, it freaks them out like crazy. Like so much. Because they just see you, like, in the beginning they don't notice because they're writing down what's on the screen, but for like those that are like finished early, they see you like, da-da-da, and they're like, what the hell's happening? You know, so taking notes is important. When you're newer, you're kind of like glued to your script, so you're not really gonna have time to take a lot of notes. If you can, find a moment where you can just pause, put down your stuff, and then you just make a quick note, right? So pretend this is an interview. So why do you think we do this in a group? Who can tell me? Why do you think we do this portion of the interview in a group?
Saves time.
Saves time, right? Chelsea, right? Okay, yeah, definitely saves time. So I'd pick up Chelsea's application. All right, any other thoughts?
Interaction.
Okay. Anyone want to add to that?
See how well you can speak to people.
Sure. Not only how you interact with each other, but really how you interact in front of me in a group. Right? But I said Chelsea, right? And then I wrote down, I probably just doodled the application at that point.
That would scare me.
Right? But it forces everybody to interact a little bit more. How are my responses when you answer my question? Okay? Sure? If they give it like a very vague answer, I'm like, does anyone want to add to that? Right? I'll say something like, oh, can you elaborate a little bit more? Power pause. I just did it. I lost my place, so I just looked down to see where I was. So you want a power pause. When in doubt, slower is better. Right? So if you're freaked out, if you're like in the moment, just go slow. All right. Anyway, your voice inflection is also very important. I'm going to give you the two most important parts of the interview. is the market section. Okay. This is what the job is. This is how they get paid. When they go home, what are their parents going to ask them?
What's the job?
What are you going to be doing? How much are they going to pay you? So this sets the tone, which is just as important, if not more important. But when they go home, they can be as excited as they want. But if their parents say no, and if they're the type of person that will just bow down to whatever mommy or daddy says, then, you know, it is what it is. My parents said no, but I'm like, all right, well, I'm 19 and gonna do it anyway. I really just didn't care what my parents said. I was like, all right, well, I'm doing it anyway. You know, I'm like, I'm not an idiot. If I don't like it, I'll quit a couple weeks. But I was really excited about doing it. I knew I could make a lot of money, and the penny freaked me out. I stole it. I showed my mom. I probably could have done a better job about that. But at the end of the day, I really didn't care what my parents said. I was doing the job. I was more so just letting them know, you know, that I got it and I'm gonna start. Everyone's like, I don't know if you'd really be the best at that. And I'm like, huh, just you watch. I'll definitely be the best at it. You know, they challenged me. So you need to know your market section. So you're going to get the email, not the email, excuse me, the interview. You should already have that in your handouts. When you print it out, make sure that you go as slow as possible in the market section. Please, just pause. Sometimes I repeat a couple sentences over and over again. Not over and over again, but I'll just repeat it again for effect. Just because it's that important. So it's not really coming up in your drill quick skill anytime soon. Just, you know, in a couple weeks in the weekly TLA preps, we'll review it. But just know in general that that's a very important section. And your voice inflection matters the most. Okay? And whenever you want someone to listen carefully to what you're saying, I'll just drop my voice a little bit, and it makes them understand the importance of it. If I want to catch their attention, I'll just start speaking louder, and then they'll pay attention, right? So it can go either way. So either go real low or real high. Either one, it doesn't really matter, depending on what section they interview. But you don't want to be screaming the whole time, because then they're going to tune you out, and you're just going to be like a loud voice in their head. And every once in a while, you bring it down a notch. You get me? So there's certain portions specifically here that in your weekly TLA sections we'll cover how to do that. So don't worry about that right now. Your body language will match what? Your body language. So when I do this, it makes you want to what?
Yeah, I
Finish
understand.
my sentence. High five, right? So there's a couple portions of the interview where you want to get everyone's interaction. So I'll be like, all right, so by show of hands, who here's heard of Chipotle? And then I'll raise my hand, and in turn, they will raise their hands. I've been in the situations where I say, so by a show of hands, who here's heard of Chipotle? And like nobody raises their hands, but they just like they nod their head, and I'm like, I just told you to raise your hand. Why didn't you do it? And it just makes me look dumb. So whenever you're gonna say by a show of hands or raise your hand, I always raise my hand. I usually do it too. Right? There's a few numbers that they always want to have written down. What are the numbers that they want to write down?
Average order,
Closing ratio, average order, and
Correct.
average of recommendations. Right? Just because it's on the screen does not mean they will write it down. So I will say, all right, you might want to jot this down. And they jot it down. So you guys might want to jot this down. Closing ratio, average order, and recommendation. I'm serious, write it down so you don't forget it. Closing ratio, average order, and then the average of recommendations. And before I say each of those, they're like, all right, well, you might want to jot this down, et cetera, et cetera. All right. There's a few things going into the fall that are very important. What is the number one thing on any of our applicants' mind in the fall? School. So when you're talking about their schedule in the market section, it might help to throw an example of somebody that is in school and is also doing the job, right? So next thing you want to write down is name drop. Name drop. You want to find an example of somebody that is in school and is doing the job fairly well. Don't pick someone that's in school and is not selling. That is not ideal. Okay. So in general, I always give female examples, right? Because the girls that I'm interviewing, they're like, oh, other girls work there too. And then the guys are like, all right, girls work there. Actually, you always want to give female examples. They're not 100% of my examples. I'll throw in like a guy or two, but I always give female examples.
Not the young lady.
So I'll say, so when I get to the part where it talks about the appointments, right? There's a shift in schedule you always want to put on the board. So you guys should write this down because I don't think this is in the script. I'll put part-timers do about, Jeff, for the fall, just so we're on the same page, I believe it's 5 to 7 appointments a week, right? For what Larry and Manley said? Right? And then I'll put full-timers do about 8 to 10 per week. So this I have written on the board of the interview room. Again, we'll cover this on the weekly prep. This is specifically in the market section. But after that part, I'll put an example and I'll say, so for example, we have Chelsea Fernandez, who worked with us in the summer. So in the summer, she was more full-time. She didn't really have much going on. However, now in the fall, she's editor of her newspaper. She's also taking five classes over at FGCU studying journalism. She also has a second job as well, which happens to be receptionist. And so she's working more part-time right now, where she's only working about 2 to 3 days out of the week in terms of appointments. Right? So any example you can think, just don't say yourself. There's also going to be another section where you want to name drop, which would be the experience. Why is the vector experience unique?
Helps you stand out amongst other applicants.
Sure. Sorry. It's just not quite the answer I'm looking for, but that although that is true.
It's like people can see themselves doing that kind of thing.
Okay. The skills you learn here, let me rephrase the question, are what? Applicable everywhere, right? So I will find the sharpest applicant in the deck, right? And let's say they are a pre-med major, right? When I'm talking about experience, I will mention how everything that they learn here is applicable to everything. So I'll mention Alex Betancourt, and I'll be like, so for example, we have Alex Betancourt. She studied with us this past summer. She goes to UM, and she's studying psychiatry, basically pre-med. So the skills she's going to learn here, she's excited about, implementing it in her field, right? Now, here's the advanced version of that. Let's say Bertel is my pre-med applicant, right? I will specifically look in this direction when I'm talking about this, and I do the look away. Because wouldn't it be really weird if I go, she's, I can't even do it.
What?
You know what I mean? Like if I said everything I just said, if I was looking at him the whole time, it would be very, it would just be clearly obvious that I'm trying to recruit him. Does that make sense? Were you not listening to what I was just saying?
No, I completely understand. I don't understand at all.
Okay, so let's recap. You have an applicant. Let's say it's Bertel. He's a pre-med major. Everyone get that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the experience section, you're going to talk about one of the representatives on your team who also happens to be a pre-med major. Does everyone understand if you look at the applicant that is a pre-med major, does everyone see how that's strange?
Yeah.
Say aye.
Aye.
Okay. So in that case, you would look in a different direction while saying it. Does everyone understand that? Say aye.
Aye.
Okay. So now what is Bertel thinking?
Oh, that could be me.
That could be me. Right? So it's called the look away. Anytime you have anything specific that you want to recruit somebody specifically, you don't look in their general direction. Because if not, It just doesn't have the same effect. Right? Oh my god. Before I wrap up into post, any additional comments from any of the vets or Jeff or any assistants?
Quinn, I would like you to do your first 3 minutes of your review. Just to
Joe for skill.
so people can get a chance to see it live. And you can obviously watch the video and you'll see it live. But
Joe for skill. Let's go.
we're gonna debrief in just a second. Here, we're gonna
Should I be the
pair share
applicant?
where you'll pair up with a
This
person
one
next
row
to you. and debrief.
applicants.
We're all your applicants.
Who's the
Kinda
I
like
think I
you-
can skip the post for now. Or do you want me to go into?
Just do your intro.
No, I know, but I haven't taught anything for the post. But I don't have to. It's like so far away from them, you
Yeah,
know?
we can hold on.
If I can
want
get.
them to have the general sense of how they're standing up in front of people and doing this kind of
Right. I can't do this.
Hard applicants, right?
All right, so you 4 are going to be my applicants.
Right.
All right, you 6, okay? So like, all right, so you get started. Now, to start the interview, this is part of the setup to the group portion. You want to go ahead and seat people in certain rows and in specific places. So what you don't want to do is have the chairs completely like in random, like one's sideways, one's facing me, the other one's like slanted that way. You get me? So you want to have like nice even rows, and I will specifically adjust their chairs, right? So Chelsea, if you can bear with me, if you could scoot back your chair just a little bit, okay, and then move it a little bit more that way. Okay, perfect. You know, but I want to be very, very meticulous into how I want everything set up. It makes me have what? Control, right? So that's also important in terms of giving you more credibility when you go ahead and start. Okay, so you want to go ahead and seat everybody. I always put my sharper applicants in the front and know already who's going to cut the rope and who's going to cut the leather. I usually have the stronger guy cut the rope, so it actually cuts through it in one stroke. And then I usually have the sharpest applicant actually cut the leather, because the leather is just the coolest thing ever. It's very impressive. Okay, so all right, everyone, we're going to get started. First of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Karina Marquez. I'm the district manager of the South Miami-Dade County office. All that means I'm just in charge of all the recruiting and sales operations that happen in the South Miami-Dade County area. So what you just went through was a quick pre-screen. That's a chance where I got to meet with all the applicants, get to know you a little bit. What we're going to do right now is I'm going to explain the details of the position. So that should give all of you a little bit more clarity, and also will help me figure out who we're going to choose for the position. At the end of this portion, we're going to meet one-on-one for a few short minutes. I'm going to ask you a few brief questions that should take up the high end 3 to 4 minutes. And at that point, you should know if this is going to work out for you or not. Right? So I guess my first question for all of you is why do you think we do this portion in a group as opposed to individually?
Get more feedback.
Okay, not quite.
Saves time.
Saves a lot of time. If I were to do this every single person one-on-one, we'd be here all day.
See us work together?
Okay. And by the way, you don't have to raise your hands. You can just shout out answer this perfectly fine. But Chelsea, right? So not only how you talk in the group, but really how you interact with each other in front of myself. Okay? Okay. So anyway. So what we're going to be covering today, and you go ahead and click, and the whole thing pops up, is the company, product, market, right? You go through. I don't have that. So the company, product, market, the pay program.
Let's do that. We're going to start to debrief. What are you taking from the first all but minute and a half of her interview? From a demeanor and a music, not the word standpoint. That's correct.
Yeah.
My stance.
Okay. What else?
Unimpressed. Unimpressed. Definitely unimpressed. Yep.
Completely sure of herself.
Okay.
Keep the same voice level.
Oh, like
Her tone.
yeah, okay. So she's projecting at the same level. What else are you taking from this?
She keeps the same demeanor. She doesn't change her tone.
Okay. Intimidating. Intimidating, depending on who you are.
right? Or professional and confident, depending on the person who's observing it. I think it's really important as we're going to go to break in a second, but the getting comfortable in front of people is really important. Like be able to get up and deliver an opening comment. You're going to deliver training for 15 hours. Not in one sitting, but 3 days or 2 days, depending on the training. And you're gonna have to give a team meeting. You're gonna have to get up and talk about why it's so exciting, why people should drop $200 to go to a conference in Atlanta. You have to give ultimate sales pitches and being able to get in front of people. And remember from SA3, we talked about the fear of public speaking, right? It's bogus. There's no such thing. It's a myth. So being able to get up, you're already doing better than everyone else who thinks that public speaking should be hard. It's not. It's hard if you choose it to be hard. So far, so good? Okay. So getting up in front of people, I think, is really important, and figuring out your body language. So everyone stand up for a second. I want to try something here. So everyone find someone to pair up with, and there can be trios if need be.
Oh my God. You
Just pair up with someone. Pick someone real quick. Okay?
Can I join you guys? No, you said pair.
Trios if necessary.
Wow.
Right. So when you're speaking, ready? Right. So when you're communicating, I think it's really important that you have your power/confident pose, but not your trying too hard power pose. I think it's important just to know how you're going to be speaking. So right now, without looking at me, face your partner, your trio or duo, whichever, whatever it is, and come up with what you think in your mind is the most positive physical view of you as someone who's running a professional interview to give people a position or not. And I want you to give the mid-sentence as you're speaking pose. Okay, and pick your home. Home meaning where do your hands go to once you start talking? Your hands go back to what position? Is it the triangle? Is it like this? Is it one hand in the pocket? Okay, so I'll give you 30 seconds. Ready? Start to figure that out.
So
we saw nice.
Okay. We saw nice. You're not supposed to say we saw nice. We marked it nice.
Okay. Right. Without no commentary. Just make your pose. Make your pose. Stop. Okay. And I want you to don't move. Look at have your partner look at you. Now give each other feedback. What looks confident and sure and powerful, and what doesn't. Right? Take grit.
I thought I always have them a little bit shaky. I always have them a little bit loose when I put that in.
It's like, I'm here. This is home. This is home.
My cufflinks are like
This is your home. Sometimes I do like this, like if I'm talking at like the news station, but like
I use my hands a lot when I
Freeze, like so you can go like freeze.
All right, stop. And stop. Grab a seat. David, can you check the broadcast? I'm assuming if you have problems here. No, from the check it on YouTube, I guess. Okay, so we're gonna do it before we go to break. Guys, before we go to break, you got to find that niche, and it's really important. It's easy. Oh yeah, I'm gonna run the interview, and then you get up, you're like, oh crap, what do I do? It's different. Okay, Chelsea, get up here, stand up front, watch. Okay, so Chelsea's running the interview. Now clearly you don't know that. Have you done the interview yet? Have you done any sections? Okay. So I want it to be very clear that it's not the words, it's what? It's the music. Once you get the words through all this repetition and watching this damn thing over and over and over again, then you can focus on how to deliver. Right? What's a speech or something you know, a poem that you know by heart that you would never mess up? Do you know your ABCs?
yes, I do.
Do your ABCs for me right now. No, to me. Just go.
To you?
Say it.
A, B, C, D, E.
Okay, clearly I know she is David. Some people don't know him, believe it or not. Okay? Some people don't know it. Maybe sense. Okay. So I want you to imagine you're running the interview right now. And we'll say this section right here. So it's Luke, these four, okay? So you're running the interview. You're the manager. Don't worry about the words. So my name is, I don't even want your name. I just want you to use, the words are A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You're gonna do the alphabet. When you get to the end, you start over again. So don't worry about the words. I just want you to focus on delivering a confident kick butt. I am the manager, Chelsea. Pose. I just say the alphabet.
Can I do something I do in the newsroom when I'm managing?
Whatever you want to say, so that the words don't matter.
Okay.
Okay. So, watch. Go for it.
So Luke, I know you have class Wednesdays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, so I'm going to need you here on Fridays at 3 p.m. to videotape for the opinion. Blake, you're for sports this week, so you should be covering the basketball game. You're going to be there at 7 p.m. exactly. We're going to need you to meet ahead with the coach. I believe you're working with entertainment this week, so just meet up with Kathy before you leave. And Bertel, we can't have you in this week. I heard your grades dropped, so we're just going to have you get to it back next
Okay,
week.
stop for a second. So, ready? Positive so far. What are some positives you've seen in Chelsea's first just delivery? What do you notice?
Strong.
Say it again.
Duck on water. Just calm.
Yeah, just very calm. Good. She keeps her hands above her waist.
Has a good home base.
Has a good home base.
He tells you to charge.
First like this, and this is great. So she's like, I'm going to start off the interview. It's Alex. Do you prefer Alex? Is that okay? Okay, Bertel. Okay, we'll say Bertel. It's Shan, correct? Okay, and Diego, Soleil, and then it's also Alex, correct? Okay. Just to reintroduce myself, this is fine. My name is Jeff Gamble. I'm the division manager here in our local Fort Lauderdale office for a company. You can go back to home. It's comfortable. Antoine in the back was saying how he likes to go to his power. It's the same thing. It's just a little sleight of hand. It's fine. Yeah, I'm in the newsroom right now. I don't know what she's talking about. The words really don't matter. But she's clearly talking about the schedule. And Luke, when it comes to the schedule, we're not going to be able to have everyone in today for the newsroom. I don't even know what that means for the newsroom. So it's hard. I mean, when you have the words, she's very confident in the words, so you can focus on this. The problem is when you don't know your script, and you get up and you try to do it, and you're worried about the words and the music, and then it looks bad. Okay, if I were to say, your future opportunity in working with us, your matrix score right now as to whether or not you even have a shot of being here for the next prep, not let alone branch, you need to know the full interview. Ready, go. Right, and you get the ums, and you get the hip, and you get the nervous twitch and the breakdance moves. I mean, that's not what we're looking for here. And I've seen people breakdance, like the Mr. Roboto, right? It's like, right? So. Again, I don't know how it's going to, this is just an example of when you know the words and you're confident, you can deliver proper body language. Just give her a round of applause. Nice work. Luke, come up real quick. I want to show you Luke. I just want you to see different body languages. I guess you could start there. Nice. Or do you have an idea? Or
we do pre-screen.
Sure, pre-screen. Yeah. And just put the form in front of you. Go for it.
So what we're doing right now is just a quick pre-screening process. Just going to have you in and describe the position to you really quick. And it's an entry-level sales and customer service position representing Cutco products. I'm not sure if you've heard of it, but it's a high-quality line of cutlery and stuff for the kitchen. Essentially by representatives. They work one-on-one with customers. They'll explain and demonstrate products, and then they fill out order forms with the customers interested.
Okay, stop. What do you know? So how's the confidence look? Scale of 1 to 10. 10. Like 9, 10 plus, right? Pretty confident. What are you noticing? Strong eye contact, and he'll keep thoughts. So first, what I'm going to do is talk about all the details of the position. Then I'm going to be able to answer all of your questions at the very end. What I'll do is meet with you one-on-one, and you'll certainly leave with an answer before you leave today. Okay, and let's get started. Right, hands up. Now, when you're taller, you already have an advantage of being that control is already there by nature of height. But if you're 5'8", right? If you're 5'8", you can still have that effect. So watch Luke. Luke by stature is already looking down, but not everyone's 6'5", 6'4". Yeah, right. It's tall. Watch. I have the same effect. No matter how tall you are, they're sitting. You're not. Look down at people as if you're so tall. You're 6'5". So I want to start the interview today. See, I'm like, it's almost like I'm so tall. I'm 5'8", 5'9" with nice shoes. Okay. Just want to introduce yourself. I want to welcome you to our SLDM. It's our Sales Leadership Development Meeting. I'm your division manager, Jeff Gamble. I'm here to host this awesome event. And you look down at people to create that confidence. See that? A lot of times, and people are, it's more advanced, but people are giving their answer, you're listening, and it's almost like you're looking down because you're so tall. But just by them sitting down, you have the advantage. Okay? Thanks, Luke. Really important. Soleil, since you're looking down, come on up. When was the last time you ran an interview?
This past week.
Wonderful. Just to reintroduce myself, go.
Sorry?
Just to reintroduce myself, my name is Soleil Hernando. Go.
Just to reintroduce myself, my name is Soleil Hernando. I'm the assistant manager here at the Fort Lauderdale office. What we're doing right now is just to review the interview process. We did a quick pre-screen, and you guys are the people I decided to spend a little more time with today. And then now we're going to go through a full job description. I'm going to go through everything about the company. And then at the end, I'll give you guys the courtesy of a decision whether or not it's going to work out.
What do you know? Okay, for first 10 seconds, what are you noticing? And this is not the sweet, normal, like, oh, Soleil Soleil loves life. Right? Everyone knows Soleil's like, it just feels, I can't wait to meet her team next year. But when she gets up there, right, I think for women also, you have to have this little HBIC factor. You guys have heard that before? HBIC is the head in charge. B word.
Gotcha.
Okay? Because in reality in business, females are a high or low percentage of business people. It's low. It's a non-female friendly industry, unfortunately. Not that you have to work with a chip on your shoulder, but you kind of have to work with the chip on your shoulder. So, okay, under the banner HBIC, being the head business in charge, right? You want to be firm but fair. And that might be the term you put in your notes as you think about interview demeanor. Firm but fair. Not intimidating, not powerful, not a jerk, not a boss, and not a biatch. Right? But you do want to be the head biatch in charge. I think it's really, really important. And so just having that kind of that balance, and I think Soleil does a good job. Let's give Soleil a round of applause. Thank you. Any other takeaways before we're going to have you guys share? Okay. How about this? I want you to pair up. Now I want you to share your top 2 or 3 takeaways each from Corinna's message on body language. And then we'll take a quick break. And then we're going to wrap up with the last 2 messages. We're going to go through advanced planner. Okay. Then we're going to go through advanced finances to start your finances. And then we'll wrap up with assignments and get out of here. The SLC planning. So for Grace, for Andrew, but really it's going to be Carlos. For everyone virtual, for David, for Karina, for everyone for Luke that runs a prep, at the next local prep or 2, I'll get the agenda out there. We're going to do some SLC push planning on that. So we're going to skip that for today, but we are going to get to money today. We are going to get to planning today, but I just want you guys to kind of get these takeaways. The next prep, I'm going to put it out there. The next prep. Does anyone know, districts, you can help me, what sections of the interview will have been drilled by the next prep? In other words, what sections of the interview will you have to have gone and get your score from one of the managers on Wednesday? Intro, company, and the pre-screen. The next prep on September 24th, instead of, oh, Chelsea, come up, you can do your newsroom thing, you're going to get up and you're going to do the intro, the company, or the pre-screen, whichever one I tell you. Okay? And I might make your score based on that, know what you did on Wednesday. So I can change your matrix score. Okay? Because you need to be able to get up. Anyone can do it when you're from South Miami and you're in the South Miami office in front of Karina, laughing around, making your jokes. It's easy to do it there. That's not real life situation. That's not real life scenario. That's not battle tested, if you will. It's not real life simulation. Real life simulations, you get up in front of people, you run an interview, and the one kid's restless, isn't paying attention, and the one girl's on her phone, or so-and-so is a hot shot and doesn't pay attention to you. So-and-so is shy and doesn't give you eye contact. You don't know who you're going to deal with, and you can't do one of these. You can't do the, well, it's not in the script. You're supposed to look at me. And it's not in the script. You're supposed to respect me, not be cocky. And it's not in the script. You guys are the opposite of all that, right? Like, there's no script for that. Because in the video, everyone responds to Karina perfectly. In the video, every answer is perfectly said. And everyone says, because it's a simulated interview. When you get to the real life interview, like mine, and you have that one really, really punky kid who thinks he's all that, and he gets up and leaves in the middle of the interview, and his friend leaves, and I had 8 people to start, and by the time I finished my interview, there's only 1 person left. True story. There's no script for that. No, there's reasons why that happened on my end. Okay? So let's pair up real quick. We'll do 2 minutes. I want you to pair share, which means you're going to share with your partner. Biggest takeaways, go back and forth. Ready? And you can